Welcome back. Before we begin our spooky adventure tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with other horror enthusiasts to give us more motivation. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is, so leave a comment below and cheer me on YouTube. For over 200 years, these three true horror stories were buried under church archives, lost police files, and sanitized history books. We're about to put them back in your ears, so do me a favor. Look around your room and make sure you're actually alone. For over 200 years, these files have been collecting dust. They don't sit on the famous cases shelves. You won't find them on the front page of any history book. They're shoved into the backs of church archives, misfiled in old police basements, and buried under so many revisions and corrections that most people don't even know they exist. Tonight, we're going to open 3 of them. So before we start, look around your room for a second. Check the corners, the hallway behind you, the reflection in your screen, because there's a reason these stories were buried, and if the people in them were still alive, they would absolutely tell you to stop this video and walk away. Still here, okay? The first story starts with a little boy in a stone village who everybody called a coward, and ends with him staring into the eyes of something that walked on 2 legs, chewed on children, and was officially explained away as just a big wolf. The second involves an entire town that quietly edited its own tragedy, changing witness statements and church records because the thing stalking their streets didn't match any animal, any man, or any demon they were comfortable putting a name to. And the last one, that one doesn't even have a place in the history books. It hides in a sound that's followed one survivor across centuries, across oceans, all the way into a tiny apartment above a parking lot in modern-day America. And he says it's getting louder. Here's what you need to understand about true horror. Most of what you see online is already filtered police reports, neat timelines, clean endings. But real fear doesn't work like that. It leaks through the gaps. It's in the stuff that gets crossed out, blacked over, shredded, lost in the fire, misplaced in the move, accidentally deleted from the system. The 3 stories you're about to hear were not buried because they were boring. They were buried because too many people heard the same unnatural footsteps, described the same wrong-shaped shadow, survived the same impossible encounter, and nobody in power wanted to officially admit, yeah, something we can't classify was hunting our people. So they changed the names. They changed the cause of death. They changed the creature into something we all know how to live with. Wolves, bandits, delirium, night terrors. Meanwhile, the people who actually survived never quite got over it. They moved houses. They moved countries. They changed their lives. But they never stopped hearing a certain creak in the floorboards, a certain drag under the ground, a certain breath outside their bedroom door when all the normal noises in the house finally went quiet. If you're watching this in your car, in some dimly lit parking structure, maybe with that low concrete hum from the highway above you, or if you're lying in bed with one earbud in, fridge humming in the kitchen, a sea whirring in the wall, do me a favor. Notice what happens when one of those sounds suddenly shuts off. That little drop in pressure, that tightness in your chest, that instinct that makes you want to pause this video and just check something down the hall. That's where these stories live. We're about to dig up 3 chilling true horror stories that history tried very hard to bury. We're going to read the old versions, the messy, uncomfortable ones that don't fit neatly into legend or law, the ones with monsters that don't stay in their century. If you decide to keep watching, don't say nobody warned you. Chapter 1. The Sound. In my apartment. Approximately 3,000 to 3,300 words, 1.1. Night shift memories. If you're going to hear this the way it's meant to be heard, you need to picture where I'm sitting right now. I'm in a small, tired-looking apartment on the 3rd floor of a brick building just off a side street in Boston. Not the postcard part of the city people visit in the summer. This is the practical part: cracked sidewalks, discount liquor stores, laundromats that stay open too late, and a parking lot that never really empties. It just exhales a little between midnight and dawn. It's 2:13. The glowing green digits on the microwave say so. The clock on my phone agrees. I don't know why I always check both. Habit, maybe. Or maybe I'm still hoping one night I'll look up and the time will be something else. Some other hour. Any other hour. That doesn't loop back on itself in my head. 2:13 in Boston means this: the bar rush is over. The Ubers have mostly left, and what little traffic there is on Oshwine 93 or the Mass Pike sounds far away and underwater. Every now and then a truck hits a rough patch of highway and the rumble climbs the walls and rattles my windows. But mostly the city has sunk into that strange, shallow quiet people think is silence until they really listen. I'm not one of those people. The apartment is the size of a shoebox someone forgot to throw away. My recliner is wedged between the heater and the window, angled so I can see down into the parking lot. The blinds are half open. Sodium vapor lights, those sickly orange ones that make everything look jaundiced, pour a dull glow over the sea of parked cars. The rain we had earlier has turned into a thin, freezing mist. Just enough to gloss the asphalt so every headlight that passes on the street paints a white streak across the black. Below me, somebody's old Honda Civic sits crooked in its spot. One headlight fogged, the hood dented. A delivery van with faded lettering is parked backward against the chain-link fence. There's an empty space right under my window where someone's car should be, and it bothers me in a way I can't explain. Like a missing tooth. Behind me, inside the apartment, the HVAC groans in the wall. It makes this hollow, metallic whine as it breathes out warm air, like someone trying to clear their throat through a steel pipe. I've come to know every stutter and rattle of that system, the way the vent cover buzzes for half a second when it kicks on, the way the sound changes from a low rush to a wheeze right before it stops. Right now, it's in the wheezing stage. I sit very still and wait. There's a drawn-out sigh of air. The volume dips, and then thunk. The blower shuts off. The fan blades spin down. For a moment, the only thing I can hear is the ringing in my own ears. Then, on cue, the refrigerator in the little galley kitchen behind me makes a soft, mechanical click as the compressor cuts out, like a tiny switch being thrown. The familiar, low electric hum dies away. The weak light from the open doorway shows a white box with fingerprints on the handle and magnets holding up coupons I never use. And just like that, all the normal sounds disappear. No heater, no fridge, no upstairs neighbor stomping around, no elevator down the hall whining its way between floors. Even the distant highway, for a heartbeat, seems to inhale and hold. Some people would call this peace. Finally, they'd say, some real quiet. I don't. I sit here, in my threadbare recliner, staring at the glossed parking lot and the yellow pools of light. And I wait for the other sound. You collect true horror stories. I think mine qualifies. That's why you're getting this. By the way, that's why I spent an hour figuring out how to send a message through your website without accidentally subscribing to something. That's why there's a legal pad on the side table next to me. half covered in shaky handwriting and coffee stains, and a cheap USB mic on the crate I use as a desk. You invite people to send you their true stories. Strange, dark, and mysterious, I think is how you put it. I've listened to a lot of them. Hauntings, stalkers, unsolved disappearances, things in the woods that shouldn't be there. You tell them well. You have a way of making people feel like they're sitting in the passenger seat next to you, listening while the highway hums and the dashboard glows and the world outside the windshield turns black. I like that. It feels familiar. But there's a difference between most of the stories you tell and the one I'm about to. Most of yours happened once, in one place. Maybe the memory followed the person. Sure, but the thing itself, the creature, the house. The killer stayed rooted. Mine didn't. Mine traveled. I shift in the chair, and the vinyl sighs a little under my weight. My knees ache. Old wounds and older winters will do that to you. I reach for the mug on the table. The coffee inside went cold hours ago, but I take a sip anyway. It gives me something to do with my hands while I listen. Because here's the thing, I can't stand absolute silence. I never have. Not really. Other kids used to crave it. Finally, they'd say, no one yelling, no animals, no bells. When I was young, even before I could explain why, I hated that moment when all the small sounds in a place would line up and go out at the same time. The fire settling in the hearth, the last cough down the hall, the creak of a bed, and then nothing. That's the moment when you find out what else is still moving. In this apartment, it's the interval between the HVAC dying and the refrigerator cycling back on. It's usually a second, maybe two, just long enough for the walls to feel like they're leaning in, just long enough to remind me of a different kind of cold and a much older kind of quiet. Every time it happens, every time those machines fall silent together, I feel my whole body tense like I'm 12 years old again, lying on a straw mattress in a stone cottage, an ocean, and a lifetime away, waiting for a sound I didn't have a name for yet. That's what I'm listening for now. The elevator at the end of the hall dings weakly somewhere behind my front door, followed by the faint whir of the cables and a scrape as the car settles on the first floor. A door opens, closes, footsteps, then nothing. Whatever late-night nurse or janitor or line cook lives on the second floor has finished their pilgrimage from car to apartment, and the building settles. Rain, what little is left of it, ticks against the glass. Neon from the liquor store sign across the street blinks red, then off, then red again, painting the water on the window in pulses of color. A trash can lid shifts in the wind down in the alley with a hollow clank. The heater stays off. The fridge stays quiet. I set the mug down carefully and flex my fingers. Old scars pull across my stomach under the fabric of my t-shirt. White ridges, puckered and shiny, cross-hatching the thin skin there. I don't have to look. I know every inch of them by touch. A lot of old men have scars. Mine just come with a very specific soundtrack. You probably think I'm stalling. I'm not. This is part of it. The place matters. The time matters. If I jump straight into the part with the teeth and the trees and the screaming, you'll hear it like any other story, something that happened far away, long ago, to people who aren't you. But the truth is, my story is sitting in your living room right now. It's in your hallway, in your garage, in the way your building vibrates when the heater kicks off, in that sinking feeling you get when you realize you've forgotten what your house sounds like when it's truly still, because you never let it be. The HVAC coughs once in the wall and stays dead. The refrigerator makes a tiny, uncertain buzz like it's about to start. Then thinks better of it. The distant highway goes quiet. Somewhere in the building, a neighbor's TV clicks off. The last laugh track cut mid-cackle. Silence opens up like a trap door. I lean back in the recliner and close my eyes. The apartment around me falls away. And for a heartbeat, I'm not looking at a parking lot washed in orange light. I'm looking at a frost-covered field under a dead moon. And I can't hear the hum of electricity. Just the breathing of animals and the scrape of something huge dragging itself through the trees there. A soft, slow noise from somewhere below my floorboards. Not the boiler, not the pipes, not quite. I open my eyes. In the microwave display, the numbers click over and stay the same. 2:13 a.m. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding and reach for the mic. The little red light blinks on when I tap it. The recording software on the battered laptop in front of me shows a flat, expectant line waiting to move. "Okay," I say aloud, and my voice sounds too loud in the room, too alive. "Let's try this your way." My English has been sanded down by decades of use, dyed with a faint, stubborn accent that never quite went away. People in Boston ask if I'm from somewhere in Europe, but they never guess where. I like that. It keeps the questions simpler. I lean closer to the mic. "You collect true horror stories. I tell you, whoever you are, wherever you're listening. I think mine qualifies." I pause, listening to my own breathing, to the distant hiss of tires on wet pavement outside. There's a good chance you've heard a version of it already. It shows up on those list videos sometimes. Unsolved historical attacks. Real monsters from history. That sort of thing. An old European legend about a beast that ate children and a boy who fought it off with nothing but a wooden staff and some courage he didn't know he had. I let the word legend hang between us for a second, then let out a dry, humorless laugh. Legend. I repeat. That's one word for it. I shift again, feeling the pull of the scars, the ache in my joints, the weight of more years than I was ever supposed to have. Outside. A car turns into the lot, headlights sweeping across my ceiling like a slow searchlight before the engine cuts and the driver's door slams. The sound echoes up through the thin walls, then fades. "I'm going to tell you what really happened," I say quietly. Not the cleaned-up version they print in books. Not the one they tell in podcasts and YouTube videos with creepy music over it. The way I remember it. The way I still hear it when the machines turn off and the building goes still. I glance at the microwave again. The digits glow steadily in the dark. 213A. If you grew up in America, I add, you might have heard my story already. Just not from me. 1.2. The legend you think you know. The first time I saw my own life on YouTube, I almost scrolled past it. I wasn't looking for anything in particular. It was one of those nights where sleep wasn't going to happen, and I didn't feel like turning the TV on again. So I opened the laptop instead. The cheap plastic hinge creaked when I pulled the screen up. The fan started its thin, complaining whir. The glow from the display washed the small living room in a cold blue that didn't match the sodium orange leaking in through the blinds. Outside, The liquor store sign across the street pulsed neon red, on off, like a lazy heartbeat. Every time it lit up, it painted a smear of crimson across the window, the wall, the side of my face. The rest of the block was dark. Even the streetlight directly over our parking lot had started to flicker lately, buzzing weakly and then dying for long stretches at a time. Somewhere above me, my upstairs neighbor dragged a heavy chair across his floor. The sound came down through the ceiling as a low, scraping that set my teeth on edge. He did that every night, always around the same time. I'd made up a story to explain it once that he had someone tied to that chair, and he was moving them from one corner to another just to watch them panic. The image stuck longer than I expected. I try not to think about it when I hear the noise now. The microwave on the counter behind me suddenly beeped. A shrill, electronic chirp that shouldn't have startled me but did anyway. The display flashed 000 at me like it was accusing me of something. I got up, cleared the finished message with a jab of my finger, and sat back down. I went to the same place you probably go when you can't sleep, the endless scroll. The algorithm knows what I watch. It lined up video thumbnails for me like offerings dark forests, abandoned hospitals, smiling hosts in hoodies with titles underneath them in all caps. Terrifying true story. Heard a voice on baby monitor. Last seen on the trail. Cam at 3 a.m. Some of them were from your channel. Some from others that feel like cousins of yours. Different faces, same cadence, strange, dark, mysterious, delivered in story format. I clicked one, let it run in the background while I checked my email. The narrator had one of those friendly, conversational American voices that can make a murder confession sound like a campfire story. Jokes in the beginning, sponsor in the middle, chill down the spine near the end. Familiar structure, comforting in a strange way. I was half listening, half reading junk mail, when another thumbnail slid into the up next bar on the right side of the screen, framed and glowing. Waiting its turn. The title hit me in stages. Cryptid, werewolf or thylacine, the beast of Gévaudan. I froze with the cursor hovering over the inbox. For a second, the words didn't feel real. They looked like they belonged to somebody else's story entirely, some piece of folklore you hear in passing and forget by morning. Then the back of my neck prickled. The room felt smaller. I moved the cursor, slowly, like anything too sudden might wake something up. The little digital hand floated over the thumbnail, a picture of a snarling wolf silhouette against an old paper map with Europe highlighted. The liquor store neon blinked red, white, red across the surface of the laptop screen, washing the teeth in the thumbnail in blood and bleach. Click. The previous video stuttered, then cut off mid-sentence. For a moment, I heard nothing but the faint hiss of my laptop's speakers and the soft tick of the wall clock. Then the new video started with a burst of cheerful intro music, and the host's voice rolled into my living room. For today's story, we're going back to 18th century France, he said, to a tiny rural province called Gévaudan, where something started hunting people in a way that has baffled historians, cryptozoologists, and monster nerds ever since. Gévaudan. He butchered the pronunciation. Of course. They all do. I murmured it under my breath the right way. The old way. Just to hear it sit properly in the air. The shape of the consonants felt heavy in my mouth, like the stones of the houses there. He kept talking. People in the comments would later say he nailed the vibe. that it felt like you were right there in the field with the villagers. To me, it felt like someone reading the table of contents of my nightmares. He put up an old illustration, one I've seen 100 times, of a long-bodied, shaggy creature standing over a human victim. Its jaws a little too long, and its back legs a little too big. The captions slid in underneath with that quick, satisfying little whoosh sound, 1764. Southern France. Over 100 attacks, dozens dead. He told them about the first girl, 14 years old, found in a field near her cattle, about the way the attacks spread, mostly targeting the young and the vulnerable, about the panic, the failed hunting parties, the fact that wolves don't usually keep killing like that, don't usually leave bodies half-eaten, don't usually behave like they're enjoying it. I sat there, hands folded, watching as my worst years were reduced to bullet points and animated arrows. He got some things right. The dates lined up. The weather, the terrain, the way the people in the region already had a hard enough time surviving winter without an apex predator deciding we were easier prey than the sheep. He described the province as remote and rugged. That part made me smile a little. We didn't have words like that for our home back then. It was just where we were, the edge of the world, the place between the mountains and the sky, where people like us lived and died and hoped God was paying attention. He talked about the mysterious beast, about how no one could agree on what it was. Some witnesses said it looked like an enormous wolf. Others said its head was more like a pig's or a big cat's. A few whispered that it moved like a man. The video cut to clips of modern cryptozoologists listing possibilities: mutant wolf, prehistoric holdover, escaped hyena, early thylacine sighting. I watched a young man in a clean t-shirt stare into a camera and say, with absolute confidence, it probably just had mange, which made it look weird. I don't know why that part made me angrier than anything else. I think it was the casualness, the way he said just, as if anything that tore through our fields and our children for 3 years straight could ever be just anything. The host went on. He outlined the number of military units sent to hunt the beast, the money spent on bounties, the number of supposed final kills that turned out to be false alarms. He even mentioned the special bullets blessed by a priest, which always gets a good reaction from audiences. People love a good holy silver bullet detail. Then he said the line that made my spine go cold. At one point, he said, a 12-year-old shepherd boy managed to fend off the beast using nothing but a wooden staff and some quick thinking. He later became known as the little hero of Gévaudan. On screen, a simple sketch showed a small figure facing down a giant wolf-like shape, stick raised. It was laughably wrong in a dozen small ways. The hill was too gentle. The bog was missing. The beast was on all fours, like a dog. The boy looked steady, unafraid, like a saint in training. The host chuckled softly. You've got to imagine this kid. Right, scared out of his mind. But he still runs toward the monster instead of away. He rallies other kids to help him. They surround the beast, beat it with sticks, and somehow manage to drive it off. Absolute legend. Legend. There it was again. He didn't mention how desperately we ran afterward, how the ground tried to keep the thing but failed, how it looked at me, not just as prey, but as if I had personally offended it. He said I was brave and quick-witted, that I outsmarted the beast. That part made me want to laugh and throw up at the same time. I hadn't felt brave. Not once. I'd felt cornered, I'd felt small. I'd felt like the only thing standing between the creature's jaws and the one person in the world who still looked at me without disgust. In his version, after that incident, the beast mostly left that area alone. In reality, it didn't. Not really. It just widened its circle. He moved on to the part where a hunter finally killed something everyone agreed might be the beast. He described the autopsy, the enormous size, the strange bone structure, the fact that they found human remains inside. He glossed over how the doctors couldn't quite make the animal fit any existing category. He skipped right past the little arguments, the disagreements, the way some of those in power clearly wanted the whole thing wrapped up and filed away before too many questions got asked. The video switched to a reenactment of the king hearing about the case. There was a cheesy little crown graphic, some trumpets in the background. The host's tone turned lighter as he talked about the boy from the countryside being summoned to court, celebrated as a hero, given a chance at an education. It's kind of a nice ending, considering how dark the story is, he said, as if putting a bow on a corpse. He didn't mention that the boy's nightmares came with him, that they didn't stop. They just changed languages. The whole time he spoke, I sat there with my fingers pressed together so hard my knuckles went white. The laptop screen reflected faintly in the window, so I could see the beast's illustration laid over the ghost of my own face. The neon sign flicked red, vanished, red again. So it looked like the thing was winking in and out of existence. Here, not here, here. When he said the name of my village in his careful, American way, I felt something twist in my chest. When he tried to say my name, I almost laughed. It came out wrong, flattened, like a word from a different alphabet. Hearing it spoken in that accent, into a high-quality microphone, over ominous royalty-free music, was surreal. Like my life had been dubbed. He talked about that little boy like he was a character, an archetype. The coward-turned hero, the wet chicken who finally stood his ground. Good for engagement, easy to package, heartwarming enough to make the horror go down smoother. He never mentioned that the boy grew up, that he left the fields and the stone houses and the screaming behind and ended up in places like this, rooms lit by microwave clocks and liquor store neon, in a city that didn't exist back then. He didn't tell you that the boy is still listening for the same sound. I sat there until the video rolled into its sponsor segment, some cheerful ad about mattresses or VPNs, and closed the tab. The apartment felt different after that, heavier somehow, as if all those years had just folded in on themselves and dropped into my lap with the laptop. If I were you, sitting where you are now, maybe on a couch, maybe in your car in a dark parking deck, maybe in bed with one earbud in, I'd want to know one thing. How does some old French ghost story end up in Boston in 2026, sitting at a second-hand desk, writing to a YouTube channel? Here's how. I look back at the mic. The recording software is still open. The line waiting. My reflection hovers on the laptop screen for a moment. An old man's face overlaid on another tab's paused image of a 12-year-old boy holding a stick. That scared little boy with a stick. I say quietly, he's the reason I'm sitting here in this apartment. My voice sounds calm, but my heart is doing that fast. Light hammering it hasn't done in years. He's the reason you're going to hear what really happened. I lean just a little closer to the mic, so there's no chance it misses the last part. Because that boy, I tell you, was me. 3. Why I never left approximately 1,050 words. I know what you're thinking. If that boy was you, how are you still here? How are you sitting in a Boston apartment lit by a microwave clock and a liquor store sign, instead of rotting in some unmarked grave in a French field with the others? The short answer is that I left. I left the village. I left the stone house with the smoke-stained beams and the cracked hearth. I left the hills and the fields and the little church where the bell never stopped ringing for funerals. I left Gévaudan. A king I had never expected to see with my own eyes put a hand on my shoulder and said he would see to it that I got an education, and for reasons I still don't fully understand. He kept his word. Doors opened. I stepped through them. I learned new languages, new cities, new ways the world can fail you and surprise you. Eventually, years later, when it became possible, I crossed an ocean I'd once only known as a blank, blue patch on someone else's map. I have lived longer than I had any right to, long enough to see wolves become folklore and folklore become clickbait, long enough to watch the story of the beast pass through so many mouths that it became something else entirely. But here is the part your videos never tell you. I never really left the night on that hill. It followed me, whenever life went quiet enough. It was there, waiting. Even now, if I close my eyes, I don't see Boston. I see a dark, low-ceilinged room with rough stone walls, lit by a single, guttering flame. I see straw mattresses lined up so close together, our elbows touched when we slept. I can smell boiled cabbage, damp wool, and the sour, trapped odor of too many bodies in too little space. I can hear the way the wind used to slide under the door and raise a whistle high in the corners, the way the beams creaked under the weight of snow. It's all still right there, just a thin layer of time beneath the paint on these walls. Sometimes the flashbacks come as pictures, sharp and sudden, like someone has yanked a slide into an old projector in my head. I'll be reaching for my keys, and instead, I'm looking down at my own bare feet in worn-out shoes, toes white with cold, standing in grass that shines wet under a bleak winter moon. I can see the uneven slope of the hill, the black slash of the tree line at its crest. I can feel the sting of sleet on my cheeks, the way the wet blades cling to my ankles as I run. The electric light from the parking lot disappears, and in its place is a sky full of dead, blind stars. Other times, it's just a sound that drags me back. Jean screaming, for instance. You'd think that would be the thing I remember most clearly, but it isn't. What sticks with me isn't the scream itself, it's the way it stopped. One moment it was spilling out of him, high and raw and alive, tearing his throat on the way out. The next moment it was cut off mid-note, not because he had run out of air or because the sound had faded, but because something else had closed around it. There is a particular kind of silence that comes after that. A brutal drop where your ears go hunting for the rest of the noise and find nothing. Every time some neighbor's TV cuts out mid-laugh, every time a car alarm dies mid-wail, my stomach lurches. Just for a second, like it's expecting to see a small body being carried away between the trees. And the smell, that's harder to put into words. Rot and fur and wet leather. Yes, old blood and wet earth. Yes, but there was something else under it. Something thick and wrong that wasn't quite animal and wasn't quite anything I knew. I'll catch a whiff of trash on a hot day in the city, or a freezer full of expired meat in a grocery store. And for a heartbeat, that other odor threads through it. And I'm 12 again, skin crawling, lungs frozen, telling my legs to move and feeling them refuse. Down in the apartment below me, someone drops something heavy on the floor. It hits with a dull, heavy thump that vibrates through the joists and into the soles of my feet. Anyone else would think dropped box, slammed cupboard, kid jumping off the couch. My brain, trained the way it is, offers a different translation first, a weight stepping down into soft ground. The sound of thick mud closing over a limb. I can't hear a single thump like that without remembering the bog. The way the earth there didn't make normal, crisp sounds when you stepped in it. It didn't crunch or crack. It accepted you with a slow, greedy suction, like a mouth. And every time the beast tried to wrench itself free, it made that same wet, suffocating noise, over and over. I only listened to it for a few minutes before we ran, but those minutes have been playing on a loop for most of my life. A car door slams in the parking lot. It's nothing special, just a hollow clap of metal, a sharp echo off brick. The kind of sound you've heard so many times you probably don't register it anymore. But my shoulders still flinch in the first instant, because wrapped inside that crack is another memory, the sound of something vast and heavy wrenching itself out of a trap, a limb tearing free, a body shearing against the pull of the ground. When the villagers reached the bog, it was empty. How do you think it got that way? This is what I mean when I say the story traveled with me. The past never sits still. It leaks into the present through these tiny, ordinary channels, through heating systems and parking lots and upstairs neighbors with loud chairs. Every apartment I've lived in has had its own set of noises, its own little orchestra of hums and rattles and bangs, and in all of them, somewhere underneath, I've found echoes of that night. It's like the world keeps offering me translations of the same few sounds over and over, in different languages. That's why I can't do silence. Not because it's empty, but because it isn't. Because when all the modern machines take a breath at the same time, when the fridge and the AC and the TV all stop, when the elevator is still and the road outside goes momentarily quiet, what's left sounds too much like a winter field on the wrong side of the world, waiting for something huge and hungry to move. I didn't send this to you for fun. I didn't dig up all this old rot because I like the way it smells. I'm an old man. I could have let the YouTube version of my story stand and died with the rest of the details still buried in my skull. Nobody was banging on my door demanding the full account. Nobody knew whose eyes were watching that beast through those sketches anyway. But then I watched that video, and I heard my name in a stranger's mouth. And I felt that night lean in around me again like the walls were closing. And I thought about you in your car, listening to these stories with your seat reclined while concrete sweats above your head. About you at your kitchen table, the only light coming from your laptop, the only sound, the refrigerator, and my voice in your headphones. About you in bed, phone propped up on a pillow, one ear pressed into the mattress so you can hear if someone opens your door. You like to say you tell true horror. So if you want the real version, the one that doesn't fit neatly into legend, or into a 20-minute video with a sponsor in the middle, don't pause this. Don't walk away. Don't tell yourself you'll come back to it later, because we both know you won't. This isn't the kind of story that lets you pick it up and put it down whenever you feel like it. It's patient, but it's not polite. I'm going to tell you everything, as I remember it, in my own words. Not because I think doing so will save anyone, or fix anything, or even make me sleep better. I've long since given up on that. I'm doing it because you've already let my story into your space by pressing play. And you deserve to know what you've invited in. To explain the sound I'm still hearing in this Boston apartment, I have to take you back to a winter in southern France, when everyone thought I was a coward. Chapter 2, The Wet Chicken, approximately 2,900 to 3,200 words. 2. 1. The nightmare and the nickname. The night it all started. I was running, not in Boston, not on a treadmill, not in some safe little loop around a park with streetlights and sidewalks. In the dream, there were no lights at all. Just trees. Rows and rows of black trunks close together, their branches knitted so thick overhead that even the moon couldn't find a way in. I remember the sound before I remember the sight. Breathing. Not mine. Mine was high and ragged, tearing out of my chest in short bursts as my lungs tried to keep up. This other breathing was lower, wet. It came in slow, heavy pulls, like something dragging air through a ruined throat. I could hear it behind me. Not far, never far. No matter how my feet flew, no matter how hard I pumped my arms, it stayed right there, just at my back. The ground under me wasn't firm. It never is. In that dream. My bare feet slapped through muck that clung to my ankles and sucked at my heels. Every stride came with a soft shhh as the mud reluctantly let go. And then a harsher crunch when I hit a patch of frost-hardened earth. Branches whipped at my face. Wet leaves slapped my shins. Somewhere to my right, a trunk split with a sharp crack as something massive shouldered past it. I didn't dare look. There is a particular kind of terror that lives in the back of your neck. You feel it like eyes you can't see, pressure between your shoulder blades, heat on your skin. In the dream, that feeling is constant. Whatever is behind me is close enough that its breath fogs the back of my head. I can feel it stirring my hair. I can smell it old meat and wet fur and something metallic and sour that makes my stomach squeeze. My heart hammers so loudly in my ears it almost covers the rest of the sounds. But not quite. I still hear twigs snapping under weight that isn't mine. I still hear that sucking mud. But now it's in more than one place, front and back, like the ground itself is trying to choose which one of us it wants. Run. Some small part of my mind says, run, run, run. I am. The rest of me answers, but it doesn't feel like enough. My legs are moving, but it feels like I'm wading through honey. Every step gets heavier. The cold air burns my throat. The deeper I go into the trees, the more the forest closes in, until there's nothing but the smell of it and the breathing behind me and the certainty that if I slow, even for a heartbeat, teeth will close around the back of my neck. Then, in the dream, the sound changes. The breathing draws in once, twice, and then there's a new note, a sort of eager rumble, deep and nasty, like a growl bubbling up from a chest the size of a horse. The footsteps behind me accelerate. The mud seems to lose its grip on whatever's chasing me just long enough for it to gain ground. I can hear it closer. Closer. Closer, each impact sending a shock up my spine. I open my mouth to scream, but the cold air tears the sound out of me. The trees ahead thin for a moment. I can see a patch of open space, a lighter gray in all the black. If I can just reach it. If I can. Something hot and heavy collides with my back. I don't see claws or teeth. Not in this version. There's no cinematic leap, no slow motion spin. Just a crushing impact, like a wall of fur and bone slamming me forward. My chest hits the ground first, knocking what little air I have left out of me in a strangled grunt. My face goes into the mud. The taste is bitter and rotten and cold. I feel weight settle across my legs. my hips, my shoulders, pinning me down. The breathing is right in my ear now, damp and triumphant. I think, very clearly, this is it. And then I wake up. I came back to myself with a snap, like someone had cut the rope on a swinging bell. For a second, I didn't know where I was. The darkness was so complete it felt solid. The air was thick and a little sour in my nose. My lungs were still fighting, dragging in quick. Panicked gasps as if the thing from the forest were still pressing down on me. The ceiling above me was low and black, just a heavier shade of night. The walls were stone, rough and irregular, the kind that always seemed to be sweating. I could smell old smoke soaked into them from 100 winter fires. Under that was the scent of straw musty, a little moldy, and the layered odors of too many bodies sleeping too close sweat, unwashed hair, the sour tang of feet and wool. 8 of us shared that room. The cottage itself was small, crouched on the edge of the village like something that had stopped growing halfway through. Our sleeping space took up nearly half its footprint, lined with thin straw mattresses laid side by side. So close we could have reached out in the night and touched each other without stretching. I could hear each of my siblings, just to my left. Pierre, the brother just under me in age, was snoring in short, congested bursts that always made my mother click her tongue and say he had bad humors. On my right, little Jean was breathing in soft, whistling sighs, his mouth open ever so slightly. Across the room, someone shifted and grumbled in their sleep. The straw crackling under them, above us, in the beams overhead. Mice scratched and scurried, searching for crumbs we never had enough of to spare. From the other side of the wall, through gaps in the stone and mortar, came the faintest ghost of the dying fire from the main room, an occasional pop, the whisper of ash collapsing. The wind had found its usual way under the door. It slid up the cracks and into our room with a thin, mournful whistle that rose and fell as the gusts changed. When it hit just right, that sound filled the space between my ears where, moments before, the forest breathing had been. I lay there, soaked in cold sweat, my heart still pounding so hard it made the thin blanket over my chest jump. My cheeks were wet. I raised a hand, surprised to find tears on my fingers. I wiped them away quickly, even though no one could see me in the dark. Old habits. I didn't like anyone catching me crying. It always ended the same way. The nightmare wasn't new, exactly. I'd had versions of it before. Sometimes the trees were closer. Sometimes the ground was rock instead of mud. Sometimes I could almost make out shapes in the shadows ahead before the impact came. But this one had felt sharper. The sounds had been too clear. The smells too strong. Like I wasn't dreaming at all. Just remembering something that hadn't happened yet. Stupid. I whispered to myself in the dark, in the old tongue. You're too old for this. I tried to slow my breathing, to match it to the soft rise and fall of the people around me. In, out, in, out. The more I tried, the more my mind decided to replay the last few seconds of the dream in perfect detail. The impact, the breath, the weight. My chest tightened. I squeezed my eyes shut. I hated this about myself. The way fear came so easily. The way it stuck in my bones. Other boys in the village seemed to shrug things off. They laughed louder, fought harder, spat in the dirt, and swore they'd take on wolves bare-handed one day. I envied them in a quiet, bitter way. I envied the way their voices didn't shake when they talked about the dark. I'd tried once to pretend I was one of them. It had gone badly. It was maybe a month before the dream I just told you about. Maybe 2. The kind of memory that stands out sharper than the ones around it. Like a stone your foot remembers in a long road. It happened on the main street of the village. If you could call it that, a wider strip of dirt between low stone houses, packed with the tracks of carts and hooves. It was the middle of the day, the sun thin but bright overhead, children running errands, women carrying pails, men coming in from the fields. The boy with the red hair was there. I don't remember his given name anymore. I'm sure he had one. Something solid and honest, like all the boys there. But in my mind, he's just the redhead, tall for his age, with a bony nose and a crop of hair the color of rust that stuck up in the back, as if it were trying to escape his skull. He had a permanent half-smirk, the kind that makes you want to slap it off someone's face and immediately feel guilty afterward. He was picking on Jean that day. Little things at first, knocking his cap off, kicking a clump of mud at his feet, mocking the way he spoke when he got excited and tripped over his own tongue. Jean was only 8 then, small and wiry. He looked like he might fold up if you leaned too hard on him. I watched from the edge of the street, my hands wrapped around the handle of the empty bucket I was supposed to be filling at the well. The smart part of my brain, the part that kept track of all the times I'd gotten into trouble by opening my mouth, told me to stay quiet. Look away. Let it pass. The other part, the part that loved that boy more than I feared anything else, told me if I stood there and did nothing, the shame would stick in my throat forever. I put the bucket down. Leave him alone, I said, my voice thin but louder than I meant it to be. Heads turned. It doesn't take much to make a spectacle in a village that small. The redhead looked up at me, surprised for half a second, then amused. Or what? Poulet, he asked. Little chicken. He'd been calling me that for months by then. Ever since a night I'd run home early from the fields, because the wolves had howled a little closer than usual. The name had stuck, spreading through the children like spilled water. Or I'll make you stop, I heard myself say. That got a real laugh out of him, out of a lot of them. Someone leaned in a doorway, arms crossed, to watch. Another kid hopped up on a barrel for a better view, somewhere behind me. A clay pot clinked against a doorframe as someone set it down to see better. It was over in maybe 30 seconds. I've drawn it out in my head thousands of times since, but the truth is, it was quick and clumsy and humiliating. We circled in the dust, fists up the way we'd seen older boys do. My heart was hammering so hard I could hear it in my ears. I swung first, wild and too high. He ducked, laughed, and caught me hard in the stomach. The air went out of me. Another hit glanced off my cheek. My eyes stung. The ground came up to meet me faster than I wanted it to. I landed on my hands and knees, pebbles grinding into my skin. The pain surprised me as much as anything. Not because it was sharp, but because it felt ordinary, not like dying, not like the wolves, just like falling. I could have gotten up. I could have wiped my face, laughed it off, blamed the sun in my eyes. Maybe then the story would have softened over time. Maybe then the nickname wouldn't have taken root the way it did. But I didn't. My chest hitched. My throat closed. Hot tears blurred the dusty ground in front of me until it swam. In the center of my vision was a dark spot where the dirt had been packed down by many feet. A small stone sat there, half pressed into the earth. I watched a drop of salt water fall from my nose and hit the stone. for some reason. That was what broke me. The first sob tore out before I could swallow it. The street exploded. Laughter, shouts. I heard someone whistle, someone else clap. Pots and plates rattled as people leaned on door frames to get a better look at the crying boy on his knees in the dirt. The redhead stepped back, hands on his hips, looking down at me with wide, delighted eyes, as if I'd just performed a trick he hadn't expected. "Look at the little wet chicken," he crowed. "Poule mouillé." The phrase rippled through the crowd, picked up and thrown back, each voice putting its own edge on it. Wet chicken. Wet chicken. My brothers, my own brothers, would later repeat it gleefully at home. But even there, in that first moment, I could hear them laughing behind their hands. If you've ever been that person in a room, you know the feeling. Heat in your face, cold everywhere else. Like your body can't decide which way to go. Muscles twitching between fight and flight, neither fully winning. Shame like a stone in your stomach, dragging every breath down. I wanted to disappear, to sink into the dirt like water and never come back up. Instead, I pushed myself to my feet, wiped my face with the back of my hand, and walked away. Not fast would have looked too much like fleeing, just steady, bucket in hand. Jaw clenched so hard my teeth ached. I went to the well, drew water, and tried not to hear the whispers. Afterward, the name followed me everywhere, in the fields, on the path to the church, in the cramped, smoky cottage. Wet chicken, coward. The boy who runs from wolves and cries when he falls. The boy who dreams too much and flinches at shadows. They weren't wrong. That was the worst of it. Courage isn't something I had and lost. It was something I never really had to begin with. What I did have was something nobody there valued much, a love for words on a page. My uncle was a priest in another village, larger and a little less hard than ours. He had books more than I'd ever seen in one place, on the rare days I was allowed to visit. I'd sit with him under the dim light of a single candle, copying letters, tracing the loops of Latin script, mouthing syllables I didn't understand yet but loved the feel of, while other boys were learning to swing axes and set snares. I was learning to decline verbs and conjugate prayers. I dreamed of following in his footsteps, of trading mud and blood and goats for ink and parchment and the quiet rustle of pages in my mind. The life of a priest was one of calm, of certainty, of walls thick enough and doors strong enough that nothing with teeth could get in. Life, as you already know, had different plans. 2.2. Survival of the toughest. To understand why they had so little patience for a boy like me, you have to understand the place itself. Gévaudan was not the kind of countryside you see on postcards, the ones with golden fields and fat, content cows under blue skies. It was hard land, beautiful, sometimes, in a stern way, but hard. The soil was stubborn. The winters were mean. The summers were not much kinder. In winter, the snow came in thick, sideways sheets that made the world disappear. It piled up against doors and windows until the houses looked half buried, like they were trying to crawl back into the earth. The wind hurled itself at the walls all night, shrieking around the corners and under the eaves, poking its fingers through every crack. It found its way into beds and boots and lungs. I remember waking up with my breath smoking in front of my face, the blanket stiff with frost where it had slid off my shoulder in the night. Old people died then. They always did. It was almost a season in itself. You'd hear the church bell toll more often slow, heavy strokes that rolled across the valley and sat in your chest. When the snow eased enough, dark shapes would move up the hill to the graveyard, black against white, carrying someone wrapped in cloth over their shoulders. They didn't speak much on those walks. The crunch of boots in the snow and the creak of wood under weight said enough. In summer, the world changed color, but not character. The snow melted, the hills went green, the air warmed, but with the warmth came other dangers. Flies and mosquitoes swarmed, food spoiled faster, water went bad if you weren't careful. Illness arrived quietly, rode in on dust and sweat and bad luck, and once it settled, it was hard to push out. We had no word for epidemic, but we lived through them all the same. Coughs started in one house, then another. Fever took hold. People stopped coming to market, stopped opening their doors. The church bell rang again, more often than in winter, which somehow made it worse. In the heat, the graves filled faster. The ground up there got soft with use. Bodies could not always wait for a perfect coffin or a proper procession. Sometimes they went into the earth wrapped in whatever cloth was at hand, covered quickly before the heat could work its rot. The sounds of those seasons are still in my ears. The bell, always the bell calling us to mass, to weddings, to funerals. In winter, its voice was muffled by the snow, but carried for miles in the thin air. In summer, it was loud and bright and relentless. Dogs barked at nothing and everything, their voices echoing off the stone walls of the houses, bouncing between them like trapped birds. Horse hooves rang on the road when a cart went by, iron on rock, steady and purposeful. At night, when illness was bad, you could hear people coughing through the walls, dry hacks, wet rattles. The occasional groan between them, threading through the village from one end to the other, like a sad, thin song. In a place like that, survival of the fittest wasn't a philosophy. It was just how things were. The adults did not have time or energy for softness. Tenderness existed, but it was rationed. Love was shown in full bowls and mended clothes, not in gentle words. If you were sick, you were given what medicine there was, what prayers there were, and then everyone went back to work, because the animals still needed feeding and the fields still needed tending. If you were weak, you were given lighter tasks, but you were still given tasks. No one could afford to carry extra weight. Children learned quickly where they fell on that scale. The strong ones were praised in the blunt, practical way our people had. He works like a man already. She can carry 2 buckets. The ones who broke down, who hesitated, who cried when they fell, those were named, sorted, put in the worry pile in their parents' minds. Not because their parents didn't love them, because love in that place meant looking straight at the odds and not flinching. My parents loved me, I think, but they did not know what to do with a boy who woke up shaking from dreams and flinched at raised voices. They tried to knock it out of me with hard work and sharp words. It didn't take. So they did what everyone did. They handed me a staff and pointed me at the fields. In Gévaudan, children did not wait until they were grown to work with livestock. We were sent out early, while our bones were still learning to be hard. Sheep, cows, goats, it didn't matter. If your family had them, you drove them. We walked behind and beside those animals from the time we could see over their backs, guiding them with sticks and shouts, learning which ones liked to stray and which ones could be trusted to lead. The fields were our playground and our prison both. People think of forests as dangerous and fields as safe. Trees are dark and full of hiding places. Open land feels honest by comparison. But I learned early that there are other ways for a place to conceal things. The first time I heard about the girl, I was helping my father mend a fence. The sun was low, bleeding red into the clouds over the hills. Our breath made little ghosts in the cooling air. My fingers were numb from holding rough wood and cold iron staples. The sheep were already penned for the night, their soft bodies pressed together in a woolly mass behind the gate, bleating occasionally as they jostled for space. Two men were walking up the road from the direction of another village. They moved slowly, their shoulders slumped, voices low. I didn't know them well, everyone knew everyone there. But some families lived farther than others, but I recognized one of them as the father of a boy I sometimes played with after Mass. They stopped near us, exchanged the brief, curt greetings men do when they're bracing for worse news. "How's your mother?" my father asked. "She coughs." The man said, "But it's not that." His voice had that scraped raw quality that comes from too much talking and too much swallowing of words at the same time. "What happened?" my father said. The other man shook his head. I wasn't supposed to listen. I kept my eyes on the fence post, pretending to focus on the knot of rope I was unwinding. But my ears stretched toward them like they had minds of their own. "Girl didn't come back with the herd." The first man said, 14. Out with the cows at the field by the creek. They found her near the far hedge. A pause. My father didn't ask the next question. He didn't have to. It hung there between them anyway, in the space where there should have been another breath. "Wolf," the second man said finally, spitting the word out like something that had gone bad in his mouth. "Or, that's what they're saying. She was..." The first man stopped, glanced at me just for a fraction of a moment, then away again. He lowered his voice a notch, as if that would keep the words from getting into my head. "Torn, eaten, pieces. They had to bring her back in a sheet." The wind chose that moment to gust, carrying his half-whispered words straight to me. Torn, eaten, far field. I didn't know then that those would be the first of many. They talked a little longer about the priest, about the burial, about the cows being scattered and spooked, but the words began to blur. My own heartbeat was loud in my ears. I imagined the field he meant. I'd been there once, trailing after my father. It was a wide, low place, the grass growing high and thick, rippling in the wind like water. There was a hedge at the far end. Yes, and a line of trees beyond that, their branches reaching over as if trying to touch the waves of green. I had liked it. Then, I'd thought it was beautiful. Now, in my mind's eye, the grass hid something, a shape lying in it where no shape should be, a break in the pattern, a dark splash of red no wind could move. That night, when I lay down on the straw with my brothers and sisters breathing around me, the sounds of the village changed. Every dog bark seemed sharper, more urgent. Every cart that rattled over the stones outside made me think of someone being brought home wrapped in cloth. The church bell rang once, twice, 3 times in the distance, and I couldn't tell if it was my imagination or if they were already preparing another grave. Up until then, I had always thought of the forest as the place you feared. Trees meant wolves, wolves meant teeth, teeth meant blood. It was a simple, straight line in a child's mind. The fields were where we ran, where we played, where we lay on our backs and watched the clouds. The fields were open and bright and full of space. After the girl, that changed. I started to notice how the wind in the tall grass could hide other sounds, how the stalks brushed against each other with a constant, susurrating shh that made it harder to hear anything else moving in there, how a shape could lie very still just below the tops, and you'd never know until it stood up. The forest still scared me, yes, but from then on, the fields scared me more. 2.3. When wolves aren't wolves, the girl in the far field should have been warning enough. But life in Gévaudan didn't stop for grief. It never could. The cows still needed grass. The sheep still needed watching. So we did what people there had always done. We buried our dead, wiped our faces, and went back out. For a little while, people managed to pretend it was just a bad wolf. That was how they said it in those first weeks, en mauvaise loup, with a shrug that didn't quite reach their eyes. Wolves killed. Everybody knew that. Sometimes they killed children. Sometimes they took more than they should. It was awful. Yes, but it fit somewhere in the world we already understood. You could hunt a wolf. You could trap it. You could put a bounty on its head and hang its corpse in the square and say, "There, that's done." Then it happened again. This time it was a boy of 15 and a girl of 16, from 2 different farms, in 2 different directions from the village. They went out on different days, with different animals. They didn't come back. The boy's body was found first, in a field not far from one of the paths we children took with our sheep. His herd had scattered, bell collars clanging as they wandered. Confused and alone, men went out to find him and came back hours later, their faces set in hard, flat lines that told us enough before a word was spoken. The girl's parents searched all night with neighbors and torches, calling her name until their voices broke. They found her at dawn, in a hollow near the tree line. I didn't see either of them. Children weren't allowed near those scenes, but we saw the men who carried them home on rough wooden doors, covered in blankets that were too small to hide everything. The word the men used was mutilated. It was not a word we said much. It felt foreign in our mouths, like something that belonged in Latin texts and not in the dirt of our roads. They didn't describe it in front of us, but they didn't have to. I saw mothers clamp their hands over their own mouths when they pulled the blankets back. I saw fathers look away, jaw muscles jumping, eyes shining wet in the corners. At first they still said wolf. It was reflex more than belief. "Wolves are starving," they'd say, almost pleading. Winter was hard, but as the weeks went on, and stories trickled in from other villages, another child, another field, another body brought home wrapped in whatever cloth they had, something in the way people said the word began to change, like they didn't trust it anymore. I remember one afternoon in particular, I was in the main room of our cottage, helping my mother peel potatoes for a thin soup that would never be enough. The fire was low, more smoke than flame. Outside, the light was starting to fade, shadows of the houses stretching long and thin across the rutted street. 2 neighbors had come in, a husband and wife who lived closer to the edge of the woods. They sat at our table, hands wrapped around cups of weak wine. Voices dropped so low that they probably thought we children couldn't hear. Of course we could. We always could. "It's not a wolf," the woman said. Her fingers were white around the cup. "I've seen wolves all my life. They don't do that." Her husband shushed her, glancing at us. "Don't talk like that in front of them," in front of who she snapped, eyes shining. "They're the ones out there with the animals. They're the ones it wants." My mother stirred the pot a little harder than necessary, the spoon scraping the bottom in a slow circle. If not a wolf, then what, she asked. The woman hesitated, looked away. Something else. She said finally, something wrong. The phrase stuck. After that, I heard it more and more. In the whispers outside the church after Mass, in the low murmur of voices at the well, in the flat. Angry tones of men at the tavern who had drunk just enough to be honest, but not enough to be brave. Not a wolf anymore. Something else. It crept into everything. The fairs that used to spill color and noise into our square at certain times of the year simply didn't happen. The traveling sellers stayed away. It wasn't worth their lives to bring us dyed cloth and trinkets. Market days got smaller and quieter. People came, traded what they absolutely had to, then went home fast, eyes flicking to the tree line as if expecting it to lean closer. At night, doors that had once stayed open until late slammed shut at sunset. Bolts slid into place. Shutters were latched. Chimneys were damped down just enough to keep the smoke from drawing too much attention. The village that had always felt cramped and noisy became a collection of sealed boxes, each house a little ship rocking alone on a sea of dark. The laughter went first. We were never an especially merry people, but there had always been pockets of it, kids chasing each other through the alleys, teenagers flirting badly near the well, men telling jokes with their hands too close to the fire. That lightness thinned and thinned. Jokes dried up mid-sentence. Smiles curdled into tight-lipped lines. People still spoke, but more and more it was in low voices, behind curtains, with glances over their shoulders. You could feel the fear like weather. You know how, in a city, you can tell when a storm is coming because the air feels wrong, heavy and expectant, like it's waiting to be broken. It was like that all the time. It made the hair on my arms stand up. It made the nights seem longer than they were. And then, one evening, I heard its name. Not the thing itself. Not yet. Just the string of sounds people had started tying around it, as if saying them could keep it contained. It was late. Winter again. The kind of night where the cold comes in under the door, even when you pile rags and straw against the crack. My father had traded some of our cheese for firewood, so for once the flames in the hearth were higher than our ankles. The smell of burning oak and old smoke filled the room, layered with onion and whatever scraps my mother had managed to throw in the pot. Some of the older men from neighboring houses had gathered around our fire, as they sometimes did, to share warmth and words. They sat with their boots propped up on the low stones, their faces orange in the firelight, their shadows stretching long and tall on the wall behind them like giant, distorted versions of themselves. They thought we children were asleep in the next room. We weren't. We lay on our straw mattresses, eyes open in the dark, listening to the pops and crackles of the fire and the quiet rumble of adult voices. One of the men, old, with a voice like gravel and a cough that never quite went away, spat into the flames and said, "They're giving it a name now. You know." "Oh," my father said. "Name it all they like, as long as someone kills it. They're calling it La Bête du Gévaudan, the beast of Gévaudan." He said it with a sort of bitter respect, like someone acknowledging an enemy that had fought well. The words rolled off his tongue and into the room, heavy and final. I felt them land in my stomach. "Beast," another man repeated, tasting it, as if it belongs to us, as if it's ours. It is ours. the old man said quietly. "No one else seems to have it. Just us. Lucky Gévaudan." They laughed at that. But it wasn't a happy sound. The firelight jumped in their eyes. One of them crossed himself without seeming to notice he'd done it. They started telling stories then, as people do when they're scared. Not about our own fields, nobody wanted to speak those scenes aloud, but about other monsters in other places and times. Wolves that walked on hind legs, dogs with eyes like coals, a great cat that prowled the edges of a distant forest, silent as smoke, creatures that came in the night and left no tracks, only bodies. The fire popped. A log collapsed inward with a shower of sparks. Shadows on the wall leaped and twisted like things trying to break free. I lay there, eyes wide in the dark, listening. The blanket pulled up to my chin. Later, someone would say there had been a survivor, not from our village, from another, farther away. A boy a little older than me who'd been attacked while driving a small herd along a tree-lined path. He lost part of his ear, they said, and his arm was torn badly. But he lived long enough to describe what happened. I never met him. I never learned his name, but I heard his story in fragments, carried on other people's tongues, scraped thin and patched together. He said he'd heard it before he saw it. Heavy footsteps behind him, just off to the side of the path. Branches snapping, one after another, like something big was shouldering through, breathing, close and low, the sense of weight right at his back, no matter how fast he walked, like it was toying with him. He said the ground had been soft and wet in places, sucking at his feet, that he'd felt something hot and huge slam into him from behind, knocking him forward, pinning him down, that the last thing he remembered before he passed out from pain and fear was the sound of its breath right next to his ear, wet and hungry and terribly, terribly calm. As I listened to those second and third-hand details, something in me went very still. I'd never heard the phrase déjà vu, but I felt it. Breathing behind, mud sucking at feet, impact from the back, weight on my legs, face in the cold, wet ground. The certainty that if I slowed, I would die. I had dreamed its hunt before I heard its name, long before anyone in the village said Beast of Gévaudan out loud. It had already chased me through my sleep, long before I saw its eyes in the flesh. I had felt its breath in the back of my neck in the safety of my bed. Some people would call that premonition. Some would call it imagination. At 12, I didn't have a word for it. I just knew that now. When I woke from that nightmare, I couldn't tell where the dream ended and the stories began. And somewhere out there, in the fields and the forests that wrapped around our little cluster of stone houses, something else was moving through the dark, learning the sound of our steps. Chapter 3. The Walk into the Woods. Approximately 2,900 to 3,200 words, 3.1. The Quiet Village. The morning it happened didn't look special, if anything. It looked like the kind of day where nothing could possibly change, because everything was too gray and too tired to bother. When I woke, there was no sharp break between dream and waking like there had been on the nights of the nightmare. No sudden jolt. No imagined weight on my back. I opened my eyes slowly, as if I'd simply floated up from the bottom of a cold, shallow pond. The room was still dark, but not completely. A thin, colorless light seeped in through the gaps in the wooden shutter. painting a pale line across the stone wall. The air had that particular metallic taste it gets when snow is thinking about falling, but hasn't committed yet. My breath curled in front of my mouth in little wisps when I sat up. Gene was already awake. He lay on his side on the straw next to me, blinking up at the ceiling, his hair sticking out in all directions. When he saw me move, he propped himself up on one elbow. "It's our day," he said, his voice rough with sleep. "With the sheep." He didn't sound excited. He hadn't, for a long time. The work itself wasn't the problem. We were used to that. It was everything around it. I swung my legs over the side of the mattress. The straw rustled and poked at my bare feet. My stomach felt like someone had placed a stone in it overnight. It sat there, heavy and cold, in the main room. My mother had already lit the small fire. The smell of smoke and yesterday's ashes met us as we shuffled in. She set out our breakfast without fuss, slices of hard, dark bread that chewed like leather, a chunk of cheese with a sharp, sour edge, a jug of water gone cold in the night. We sat at the table, shoulders touching, and ate without saying much. The bread scraped the inside of my mouth going down. The cheese crumbled between my fingers. Gene's jaw worked steadily. Every now and then his eyes drifted to the shuttered window, as if he were hoping to see something there besides the dim hint of gray. My father came in from outside, bringing a gust of colder air with him. He stomped snow or maybe just frost off his boots at the threshold and shut the door quickly behind him, as if he were afraid of letting anything in. "Well," my mother asked, not turning from the pot she was stirring. "Cold," he said, "but clear. No storm. They'll need the grass while it's there." He didn't look at us when he said it, but he didn't have to. We knew who they were. We knew what that meant. Gene swallowed the last of his bread, wiped his hands on his tunic, and stood. My father's gaze flicked to us then, heavy and measuring. For a moment I hoped he might say we could skip it just this once. That with everything that was happening. The sheep could stay in their pen a day longer. He didn't. Instead, he said the same thing I'd heard him say a dozen times since the first girl in the far field. "We don't stop living because of fear," he said. "The sheep must eat." He said it like a proverb, like a prayer. Maybe it was, in his mind. A way of holding the world together with words when everything else felt slippery. My mother set 2 worn scarves on the table. "Wrap up," she said. Her voice was brisk, but her hands were gentle when she adjusted the cloth around Gene's neck, tucking it in so the wind wouldn't find its way down his collar. She didn't touch me. She didn't need to. I knew how to fold mine. We stepped out into the morning. The first thing I noticed was the sky. It hung low and flat over the village, a lid the color of dirty wool. The sun was somewhere behind it, but you wouldn't have known from the light. Everything looked washed out, as if someone had scraped a knife over the colors until only gray and brown were left. The second thing I noticed was the quiet. Villages are never truly silent. There's always something: the clatter of a bucket, a baby crying, a dog barking, hens gossiping in the dirt. But that morning, those sounds were thin, isolated. I could hear them, but only one at a time, like distant notes from different instruments that didn't know they were supposed to be playing together. No children ran in the street. No one argued over the price of eggs. The usual morning murmur voices weaving over and around each other as people started their days was gone. The air felt like it does inside a church before a funeral, heavy and waiting, Our boots crunched on the frozen ruts in the road as we walked. Last night's melt had turned the mud to slush. The overnight cold had hardened it into uneven ridges. We picked our way between them, breath puffing in little white clouds that drifted back over our shoulders. Somewhere up the lane, a wooden door creaked open on old hinges, the sound long and complaining. A woman's face appeared in the narrow gap, pale in the gray light. She watched us for a moment. Two boys with staffs and scarves too thin for the cold, then pulled the door shut again. The latch dropped with a dull clack. The wind threaded through the spaces between the houses, carrying with it the smell of smoke and something faintly sour old cabbage, maybe, or laundry that hadn't dried properly. A rooster crowed late from a yard nearby, his voice thin and half-hearted, as if even he weren't sure it was worth waking anyone up. "Do you think they'll ever just keep them in?" Jean asked quietly, as we turned toward the path that led to our family's sheep pen. "The sheep, I mean, and let them eat what I said." Not unkindly. The table. He didn't answer. He knew. We both did. Grass was grass, wherever it was. The inside of the pen had long been reduced to churned mud and droppings. The only real food was out there, past the edge of the village, where the ground opened up and the sky felt even bigger and the beast sorry. Something else liked to hunt. We reached the pen. It was a crude but sturdy structure, built of posts and slats my father and brothers had driven into the ground themselves. The fence was rimed with frost, each splinter and knot outlined in white. When I touched the latch, the cold bit through my skin like teeth. The sheep were already awake, pressed together in a mass of dirty wool and warm bodies. Their breath rose in a low cloud over them, fogging the air inside the enclosure. When they heard the rattle of the gate, a few lifted their heads and bleated softly, voices thin in the morning chill. I pulled the gate open and stepped aside. The first sheep pushed forward eagerly, the rest following in a clumsy, bumping wave. Their hooves clattered on the packed earth of the pen, then thudded dully on the frozen road. Their bells chimed as they jostled, 1,000 small metal tongues tapping against worn curves. "Come on, come on," Jean muttered, waving his staff with more enthusiasm than he felt. His face was pinched and pale above his scarf, but his eyes had that focused look they always got when he had a task. We fell into our usual positions without talking about it, him a little ahead on the left, me on the right, guiding the animals as they poured into the lane. The sheep knew the way as well as we did. Their heavy bodies and small brains had traced the same route so many times that their legs could follow it even if their eyes were closed. If they'd had a choice that morning, I wonder if they would have taken it. As we moved through the village, a few more doors cracked open, faces peered out, watched us pass, then vanished again. A dog trotted forward from one yard, sniffed at the sheep, then backed away, tail down. The church bell did not ring. It felt wrong that it didn't. On a day like that, you expected it to mark a beginning or an end. Instead, there was only the steady shush of hooves on frozen dirt, the faint clanging of bells, and the sound of our own breathing in the cold air. We passed the last of the houses, the last low walls of the village gardens, the last twisted fruit trees. The road narrowed as it left the cluster of stone and wood and turned into a path between fields. Bare hedges reached spindly arms toward us, frost clinging to their thorns. The land dipped slightly, then rose again toward the shadow of the forest in the distance. I glanced back once. The village looked smaller from there, huddled. The thin trail of smoke from our chimney rose straight up into the colorless sky before the wind caught it and pulled it sideways, for a heartbeat. I imagined seeing something else there, a shape on a roof, maybe, or a shadow where no shadow should be. But there was nothing, just stone and wood and the faint suggestion of life behind closed doors. "Keep them moving," I heard my father's voice in my head. "Don't dawdle." He wasn't just talking about the sheep. We didn't stop living because of fear. We couldn't. But as Jean and I drove our flock out toward the open land, with the world quiet and the sky pressing low, it felt less like living and more like walking a thin line laid out for us by other hands. There were no choices to make that morning. The road, the sheep, the cold, those were fixed. The only variable lurking at the end of that path was whether or not something else was already waiting for us in the trees. 3.2. 7 children and 3 flocks, approximately 950 to 1,050 words. The path to the grazing ground ran like a thin scar between fields that had been scraped bare by winter. Our flock filled most of it, woolly backs bobbing, bells knocking against bony chests with every step, clink, clink, clink. A thin, nervous music that sat on top of the crunch of hooves on frozen dirt. We weren't alone for long, not far from where the road dipped before climbing toward the trees. I saw another cluster of movement ahead, 2 more flocks, bodies shifting in a tight mass, and 5 figures walking around them with staffs in hand. The bells from their sheep reached us first, a slightly different pattern of notes, like another melody weaving into ours. Jean spotted them at almost the same moment I did. "They're here," he said, and I could hear the relief in his voice. We had made an unspoken habit of meeting the other children on days like this. None of us had to say why. One shepherd alone, or even 2, felt too small in that wide, exposed space between the village and the forest. 7 together felt not safe, exactly, but less like bait, but less. As we closed the distance, the figures resolved into faces I knew. At the front of their group was Mathieu, the oldest among us by almost a year. He was tall in the way boys sometimes are just before their bones figure out how to cooperate. All elbows and angles. His clothes hanging a little loose on his frame as if they were waiting for him to grow into them. He wore his hair too long and pushed it out of his eyes with an impatient jerk of his head every few minutes. Mathieu never looked afraid, only annoyed, as if fear were an inconvenience he didn't have time for. Beside him walked Luc, shorter by a head, sturdy and dark-haired, with shoulders that were already starting to broaden. He had a habit of clenching and unclenching his jaw when he was anxious, so his cheek muscles jumped under his skin, like something trying to get out. He was the one who laughed the loudest at jokes and fought the hardest when someone pushed him, like he was always trying to prove he belonged at his own size. Behind them came little Henri, who was, despite his name, younger than all of us. He had a narrow face and big eyes that always seemed a little too wet, as if he were on the edge of tears even when he was smiling. His hands trembled sometimes when he gripped his staff, not enough that the others commented on it much. But I noticed. Henri shivered more than the cold alone could explain. Next to him walked Sophie, the only girl in our uneasy little alliance. Her family had no older sons, so she took the flock when her father was needed in the fields. She wore her hair braided tight against her head, and she had a way of looking at people that made them straighten their backs without quite knowing why. Sophie didn't speak often, but when she did, everyone listened. And then, of course, there was him, the redhead. He brought up the rear of their group, One shoulder pressed casually against the last of their sheep. Staff tipped up to rest across his shoulders. Both hands hooked over it like he was out for a stroll and not another day of gambling his life for his family's livestock. His rusty hair caught what little light the sky offered and turned it into a dull, angry halo. His mouth was already halfway to a smirk before he even saw us. That was just its resting shape. When his eyes found me, the smirk sharpened. He lifted his elbows slightly, let his staff hang for a beat, then slid it down so he could bring his arms to his sides. With an almost lazy motion, he crooked them out from his body and began flapping them, slow and exaggerated, like wings that had forgotten how to work. "Poule mouillée," he called, his voice cutting easily through the thin winter air. "Wet chicken." A couple of the boys snorted. Henri's laugh came out too high, then died quickly when he glanced at my face. Sophie rolled her eyes without turning her head fully, the movement so small that only someone already looking for it would notice. Jean bristled beside me, hand tightening on his staff. I kept my eyes on the ground. It wasn't bravery, and it wasn't surrender either. It was self-preservation of a different kind. The last time I'd answered his taunts, I'd ended up in the dirt with tears on my cheeks and a name that had followed me home. I didn't have it in me to give them a new scene to replay. The mud at my feet was stiff with the night's freeze, broken into uneven plates by the passage of many hooves. Meltwater streaked the ruts, dull and gray. My boots made shallow prints among the deeper marks left by the animals. I watched my steps for a few seconds, breathing slow through my nose, before I let myself look up. "Morning," Mathieu said gruffly as our flocks began to merge. Sheep pressing against sheep, bells tangling into one another's songs. "Your father sending you out too." Then, as always, I said. He made a small sound in his throat that could have been a laugh or a curse. "Ours says the same as everyone. Fear doesn't feed the animals." Luke snorted. "Fear feeds something," he muttered. "Just not the sheep." We started walking together, 7 children strung out in a ragged line along one side of 3 moving islands of wool and bone. The bells clanked and chimed as the sheep jostled for position, the different pitches blending into a constant, jangling noise that sat at the back of my skull. Our staffs clicked against stones, slapped against our legs, thudded occasionally into a stubborn flank. As the path carried us closer to the forest, the land rose slowly. The fields, sparse and brown, gave way to scrub and bramble. The trees began as scattered sentries, here and there, then gathered themselves into a real edge, their trunks dark and close set, branches locked in a web overhead. Crossing that line was always like stepping into a different world. One moment the sky, flat and gray as dirty wool, was open above us. The next it was cut into strips by branches. The light caught and filtered until it came down thin and greenish. The air felt different inside the trees, too damp, colder, carrying the sweet rot of leaves and the sharp tang of sap instead of the clean bite of frost in open space. Behind us, the village disappeared from view, swallowed by trunks and undergrowth. The path narrowed further, forcing the sheep into a tighter column. Their bells, which had sounded almost cheerful out in the open, took on a different character here, echoing off bark and tangled limbs. Clink, clink, clink. Above, somewhere unseen, a crow called, its harsh voice ricocheting between the trees. Another answered, then another, until for a few seconds, It felt like the whole canopy was full of them. Black shapes, invisible against a flat sky. Shouting warnings or insults or both. Branches snapped under hooves. Twigs cracked. The flock flowed around a fallen log. A woolly river parting and rejoining. We walked along the outer edges, our boots slipping on damp leaves and slick roots. The deeper we went, the more the ordinary noises of the world were swallowed. The wind, which had been a constant companion out in the fields, dropped almost entirely. The trees caught it, broke it, turned it into a few stray whispers that brushed the tops of our heads and then died. Without its steady rush in our ears, everything else became clearer, the rasp of our own breathing, the occasional grunt of an animal, the soft sheff of fabric when someone adjusted their scarf. For a while, that was all there was, the creak and groan of a forest in winter, the layered sounds of 3 flocks on the move, the low murmur of children's voices when someone cracked a small joke to push back the edges of fear. Then the sheep fell silent. It happened in a single, unnerving beat. One moment there was the usual backdrop of their noise bleats, snorts, the clatter of horns as they bumped into each other, the musical chaos of bells. The next, every head in the first ranks lifted at once, ears pricked forward, bodies freezing mid-step. The bells didn't stop ringing entirely, but the pattern changed. Instead of the aimless chiming of movement, there was a strange, trembling stutter as the sheep shifted their weight from foot to foot without advancing, their eyes fixed on some point ahead of us that we couldn't see yet. We stopped too, as if the halt had traveled up our staffs and into our arms. "What is it?" Henri whispered, though none of us had the answer. For a few seconds, the forest held its breath. The crows that had been bickering overhead went quiet, as if someone had closed a door on their noise. No wind moved in the branches. No twigs snapped under unseen paws. There was only the tiny, dry clicking sound of hooves settling into place on leaf litter, and the faint clink of metal against bone as the bell collars shook with each anxious shift. Then something else slid through the air. A smell. It was faint, almost nothing. A thin, sour thread woven through the familiar scents of earth and rot and damp wood. I might not have noticed it at all if I hadn't been already straining my senses to fill the silence the way you press your ear to a seashell to hear an ocean that isn't there. It passed over us in a slow, invisible wave. My nostrils flared without my permission. I tasted it at the back of my throat, rank fur, that hadn't seen water in too long. Old meat gone just a little too far. Something musky and hot underneath that no farm animal I knew had ever carried. It was gone again in a heartbeat. Carried away who knew where, if I'd wanted to. I could have told myself I'd imagined it. The sheep didn't seem to agree. A ripple went through the flock. The ones at the front stamped and tossed their heads, small sounds of unease leaking from them. Those behind pressed forward, trying to put other bodies between themselves and whatever they thought might be ahead. Probably just a fox. Luke said into the tension, "Too loud." Or a badger. "They don't smell like that," Sophie said quietly. The redhead made a dismissive noise, but he tightened his grip on his staff. His eyes were a little too wide. "Come on," Mathieu said. "Keep them moving." We did. Because what else was there to do? 3. The portal under the bog. Approximately 1,000 to 1,100 words. The trees thinned all at once, like a curtain being yanked aside. One moment we were hemmed in on all sides by trunks and tangled branches. the world broken into narrow strips of greenish light. The next, the path widened. The roof of branches tore open, and we stepped out into a clearing, a broad, uneven pasture pressed into the heart of the forest. The sky over it was the same flat gray we'd left behind above the village, but it looked different here, framed by the jagged teeth of the tree line. The grass was short and sparse, winter-bitten, more brown than green. Patches of bare earth showed through where hooves and rain had worn it down. It wasn't much, but it was enough for the sheep. They surged forward eagerly, breaking out of their narrow column into a loose, spreading mass. Heads dropping to tear at whatever blades they could find. On the far side of the clearing, the ground rose into a low hillside. At its base lay a bog, a dark, irregular smear of water and mud that sprawled out like a stain. The surface looked black from a distance, the way deep water sometimes does. But I knew from experience it was shallower than it seemed, not shallow enough to be safe. Though, mist clung to it in thin, dirty white veils, shifting and reforming as the weak wind poked at it. Rocks jutted up out of the bog in a loose cluster, their tops slick and pale where nothing grew. One of them was larger than the others, by far a flat, hunched shape that leaned slightly to one side, as if it had started to slide into the water and changed its mind halfway through. It had a long crack running across its surface, dark and thin, like a closed eye. I knew that rock. I had slipped near it once, months earlier, chasing a stray sheep that had decided the bog side looked more interesting than the safe path. My foot had gone in up to the knee, the mud closing over my skin with a cold, greedy suck. I'd felt myself sinking, slow but sure, the ground pulling at me like hands. If I hadn't grabbed the edge of that big rock and hauled myself out, I sometimes thought I might still be down there. Another thing the bog had swallowed without comment. "Here," I said, more to myself than to anyone else. I picked my way across the damp grass and sat down with my back against a smaller rock, a cousin of the big one by the water. It was cold through my coat, its surface rough but oddly comforting. From there I could see the hillside, the bog, the jutting stones, and the line of trees beyond. I liked having it all in front of me, where I could keep an eye on it. The others drifted closer. Jean dropped down behind me and a little to my right, as he always did, his shoulder almost touching the back of my head. I could feel his warmth through the layers of fabric. Mathieu sat cross-legged a few feet away, his staff laid across his knees. Luc flopped down with a grunt, legs stretched out, the tip of his stick tapping idly at a clump of frozen dirt. Henri perched on a rock a little higher up, his feet not quite touching the ground, hands wrapped around his staff like it was the only solid thing in the world. Sophie chose a spot opposite me, back straight, staff planted beside her like a banner. The redhead leaned against another stone, one boot braced on it, arms folded. For all his casual posture, he stayed within the loose circle we'd formed, as if some instinct stronger than pride told him that being too far away from the group was a bad idea. For a few moments, we watched the sheep. They spread out across the pasture in a slow, amoebic way, each animal moving where its nose took it. The flock as a whole keeping a nervous kind of cohesion. Bells chimed softly as they grazed, the notes blending into an uneven, tinkling background that matched the flicker of their movements. No one said anything. The forest pressed in on all sides, a wall of dark trunks and tangled branches. The crows had moved on, or at least gone quiet. The wind barely reached us here. What little breath of air made it into the clearing slid over the grass and rippled the skin of the bog without really disturbing anything. "Tell us something," Jean said suddenly. I turned my head slightly, enough to catch him in the corner of my eye. He was staring out at the sheep, but his jaw was tight. "Tell us a story," he added, more quietly. So I don't think about it." He didn't have to say what it was. None of us did. The word hung unspoken in the cold air, heavier than anything we could have put before it. The beast. We should be watching. The redhead muttered, "Not listening to baby tales. Your eyes will work better if your mind isn't eating itself," Sophie said without looking at him. "Let him talk." Mathieu nodded in agreement, once, as if he'd just agreed to a strategic move in a game. Henri said nothing, but his shoulders relaxed a fraction. 7 children, 3 flocks, a ring of stones instead of a circle of grown men around a fire. We had our staffs instead of spears, our thin coats instead of thick hunting cloaks, our fear instead of their grim resolve. But sitting there, on cold rock and wet grass, huddled closer than we strictly needed to for warmth, we might as well have been a council. "All right," I said, more bravely than I felt. "A story." Then, my gaze slid to the big rock by the bog, to the long, dark line across its back. "You see that one there?" I asked, pointing. "The largest stone, the one that looks like it's trying to lie down." Henri followed my finger, eyes widening. "The ugly one," he said, then flushed when Sophie smirked. "That one," I said. "You think it's just a rock, but it isn't. Not really." Luke snorted. "What else would it be?" "A loaf of bread, a door," I said. They quieted. "A door to what?" Jean asked, already half leaning forward, his earlier fear momentarily forgotten. "To a kingdom beneath the bog," I said, settling back against my own stone. "Older than our village, older than the church, older than the forest." I let the words hang for a moment, tasting them. I'd been turning this story over in my head ever since the day I'd nearly gone under, polishing it in the small, safe corners of my mind. If I gave it to them now, maybe it would keep something else out. Long ago, I began, before any of our houses were built, before the paths were paths. There was a giant who lived under that hill. He was too big to walk among men without scaring them to death. So he stayed below, in a great hall carved out of stone. With ceilings so low, he had to crawl, and pillars as wide as our cottages. I could see it as I spoke, a vast underground chamber, lit by some sourceless glow, the weight of the world pressing down from above. I described the steps leading down from beneath the stone, a stairwell spiraling into darkness, slick with moisture, carved by hands that had never known tools as small as ours. Every night, I said, when the village slept, he would climb the stairs and put his ear against the underside of the rock. He could hear everything through it, the bells on the sheep, the dogs barking, the church bell ringing, even the whisper of our voices when we thought we were alone. He knew us all by sound. Mathieu shifted, the movement small but there. Luke's jaw stopped clenching for a moment as his mouth fell slightly open. Henri's fingers tightened on his staff until his knuckles went pale. in his hall. I continued. The ceiling was always shaking. Every step he took made the stones tremble. Dust fell from the cracks. Pebbles rattled. The whole hill groaned around him, like it was tired of carrying him. When he walked, the walls shook so hard that little rocks rained down like hail. As I spoke, I could almost hear it, the low, continuous rumble of something huge moving in a space too small for it, punctuated by sharp cracks as stone gave way. I let that sound fill my voice, deepening it unconsciously, sometimes. I said, when he grew angry or restless, he would pound his feet on the floor just to feel the world shake. The bog above would ripple. The water would jump. Anything too close to the edge would be pulled in and swallowed, dragged down toward him. That's why the ground there feels like it does. It remembers. I remembered too. The sensation of being pulled down, of the mud grabbing at my leg, of the slow, inexorable drag that had nothing to do with normal gravity and everything to do with something hungry underneath. I hadn't known how to explain it then. I turned it into footsteps now, into the echo of a giant's tread in a hall beneath our feet. In the old days, I said, people used to leave offerings on that rock. Bread, milk, the first wool they sheared. They'd tap 3 times on the stone and say, "Stay sleeping, stay underneath, don't come up." If they forgot, I let the sentence trail off. If they forgot, Henri prompted, his voice a whisper. Their animals disappeared. I said, whole flocks, gone overnight. Sometimes their houses shook. Sometimes they heard things. Big steps on the hill above their heads, stones cracking. The sound of something breathing just under the floor, like the beast. Jean said, before he could stop himself, the word dropped into our little circle and sat there, bigger than my giant, bigger than anything I could invent. For a heartbeat, I wished I could take it back, replace it with something harmless, give them a monster you could send to sleep with bread and prayers, instead of one that tore children apart in fields and left the pieces for their parents to find. I opened my mouth to steer us back into the imaginary, to talk about clever orphans tricking the giant into getting stuck in the doorway, about upside-down worlds and ceilings that were really floors. That was when I smelled it, a faint, sour note sliding under the more familiar scents of damp earth and sheep and cold air. It brushed the back of my throat, thin and oily, gone almost before I could taste it. Not strong enough to make anyone gag, just strong enough to register as wrong. I tried, instinctively, to assign it to the bog. Of course it was the bog. Bogs smell. They swallow dead things, birds that fall in, small animals that misstep and they keep them, turning them slowly into something else. I told myself I was only smelling that, the breath of old, buried rot rising from the dark water. But the bog was in front of us. The smell had come from behind. I didn't turn my head. I don't know why. Some animal part of my brain must have decided that if I didn't look, it wouldn't see me. Instead, I let my eyes flick, just for an instant, to the very edge of the tree line behind our little group. The ground there was broken by roots and rocks and old, fallen branches. Most of it looked the way it always did, dark, tangled, ordinary in its roughness. But in one patch, just between 2 low shrubs, the earth looked different. 2 oval hollows, darker than the dirt around them, sank a little deeper, side by side. They were too far to make out clearly, just impressions in shadow. They might have been sinkholes. They might have been where a farmer's cartwheel had sunk in the last time the ground was soft. They might have been the places where something very heavy had stood and watched us before stepping back into the trees. "Anyway," I said, forcing my voice to stay steady, eyes front again. "That's what they say about the stone, that it's not a rock at all, just the top of a door. And if anyone ever opens it all the way..." I let the thought trail off, the rest of the story hanging unspoken in the air between my words and the bog, between the big rock's long dark crack and the memory of those two deep hollows at the edge of the forest. None of us noticed then how quiet the bells had become. Chapter 4. The Beast on the Hill. Approximately 3,000 to 3,300 words. 4.1. The Vanishing. In the story I was telling, the orphan had finally done it. He'd tricked the giant, my giant, the one under the hill, into crawling halfway through the door. In my mind's eye, I saw him, huge shoulders wedged in the opening, arms clawing at the floor, legs kicking uselessly in the hall below as stone rained down around him. The orphan had darted forward, quick as a rabbit, and shoved the rock door down onto the giant's back. Then, I said, the whole hill shook. The ceiling cracked. He tried to pull himself free, but every time he moved, more stone fell. He was stuck there, with his head in our world and the rest of him trapped underneath. Pounding and crack. The sound came from directly behind me. Not the soft snap of a small twig, not the distant pop of a branch giving under winter's weight. This was close, sharp, like someone had taken a dry stick the thickness of a finger and broken it in half inches from my ear. Every muscle in my body seized. My words died in my throat for a heartbeat. All I could hear was the echo of that crack bouncing around inside my skull. The hairs on the back of my neck rose as if someone had brushed cold fingers across them. The redhead moved first. 1 second he was leaning against his rock, arms folded, face arranged in that default smirk. The next he was on his feet, staff forgotten on the ground, legs already pumping. He didn't say a word. He didn't shout a warning or make a joke or even swear. He just ran. He launched himself away from our little circle and sprinted straight toward the open pasture, boots slipping on the damp grass. For an instant I thought he might trip, that he'd go down in a tangle of limbs and flailing arms. But he didn't. He found his balance and kept going, head low, elbows driving. Running like something had grabbed him by the spine and yanked. "Hey," Luke yelped, half rising. "Where are you?" He didn't finish the sentence. The redhead didn't look back. He tore past the first of the sheep, scattering them in a spray of startled bleats and chiming bells, and aimed himself at the far side of the clearing like he meant to outrun the whole forest. For a moment, none of us followed. It was so sudden, so strange, that my brain tried to file it under the usual explanations. Cowardice, a stupid prank, some private joke at my expense. Part of me even thought, is he doing this to make fun of my story, to prove something? Then the smell hit. It didn't drift in this time. It slammed into us like a wall. Thick, sour, cloying, the smell of wet fur that had never fully dried, of meat left too long in a corner, of a hide that had rolled in its own filth and never seen clean straw. Underneath that, sharper notes, iron, like old blood on a knife, and something almost sweet in the most rotten way. The way fruit smells just before it collapses in on itself. My stomach lurched. My eyes watered. I tasted it on the back of my tongue, heavy and greasy, coating everything. The bog. I thought at first, because I wanted it to be, bog smell. Dead things sink there. But the wind, what little there was, came from the clearing toward the hill, not the other way around. The bog lay in front of us, motionless, its thin skin of water unbroken. The stench was behind. "Do you smell?" Henri began, his voice small and tight. I turned my head. Finally. The way you turn to face a blow you know is coming, where Jean should have been. There was no one. The patch of grass just behind my right shoulder, where he'd been sitting leaning into my back, was empty. The small rock he'd used as a seat looked wrong without him on it, as if it were surprised to find itself bare. His staff lay in the flattened circle of grass, one end still gently rocking, as if it had been knocked aside just a second ago. "Jean," I said. It came out too soft. My throat was dry. The name felt like a stone rolling off my tongue. No answer. No shout of "I'm here" from behind a tree. No annoyed "what" just the fading jingle of the redhead's bells as he ran, and the rising panic in my own chest. I scrambled to my knees. The cold from the rock bit through my trousers as I pushed myself upright and took a step toward Jean's spot. My eyes scanned the ground instinctively, looking for the marks that should have been there, dragging lines in the grass. An impression where a body had been. Disturbed earth. There was a shallow hollow where his weight had pressed the grass down. Yes, that much remained. But there were no footprints leading away, no trail of broken stems, no scuff marks where shoes had dug in, and no sound, no scream, no cry, no grunt of pain. The last thing I remembered hearing from him was his voice asking for a story, soft and hopeful. "Sophie," I croaked, turning toward her. Did you see her face was gray, her eyes wide and locked on something over my shoulder? "Jacques," she whispered. "Look." Her hand came up, slowly, as if pushing through thick water, and pointed past me. Up. I turned. For the rest of my life, I would replay that moment, trying to slow it down, trying to find the frame where reality gave way. But it's always the same. 1 second there is only hillside and bog and trees, the familiar outlines of a place we'd walked 100 times. The next, there is something on the hill that has never been there before. It stood halfway up the slope, just above the line where the grass gave way to scraggly bushes. At first, my mind tried to make it a tree. It was tall enough, easily as tall as 2 grown men standing on each other's shoulders, and roughly the right shape. But trees don't breathe, and trees don't lean forward, and trees don't have eyes. It took a step. The ground seemed to flinch under its weight. I could feel the vibration through the soles of my boots. A low, ugly shudder that ran up my legs and settled somewhere behind my teeth. Only then did my eyes really focus. Fur, brownish, matted, clumped in places, slicked down in others as if with old rain or worse. It hung in uneven tufts from a frame that was wrong. The limbs were too long. The joints bent at angles that made my own knees ache in sympathy. Its chest was thick, barrel-shaped, rising and falling with slow, deliberate breaths. It was standing on two legs. That was the first thing that refused to fit. Wolves don't do that. Not for long. Not with that kind of balance. But this creature, this thing, stood on its hind limbs as easily as any man. They were thick as tree trunks, ending in paws or feet that sank a little into the hillside with each shift of its weight. In its arms, if you could call them that. The front limbs, too long and too muscled, was a small, struggling shape. Jean. His feet dangled. His hands clawed weakly at the limb wrapped around his chest. His face, turned toward us, was white with terror, mouth open in a scream that never reached us. Whether the thing's grip stole the sound or my own mind refused to hear it, I don't know. I only know that looking at him there felt like looking at a picture already burned at the edges. The creature's head turned toward our little cluster of rocks and children. You expect a snout on something that shape, something like a wolf's, long and sharp and honest about the teeth inside. It had that, in a way. Its muzzle jutted out, lips pulled back just enough to show a hint of fang. But there was something else beneath that, a set to the jaw, a structure around the cheekbones, a depth in the eyes. The eyes. They weren't glassy or empty the way animal eyes sometimes are from a distance. They weren't clouded or dull. They were dark and focused and present. The gaze that locked onto me was not the blind targeting of a predator that sees only movement and heat. It was aware. It landed on my face, on my hands, on the staff I dropped at my feet, and I felt it judge. My stomach turned cold. Around me, chaos broke loose a beat late, as if sound had to fight its way back into the clearing. Henri screamed, high and thin. Luke cursed, the word ripping out of him raw. Someone, maybe Mathieu, shouted, "Run!" In a voice that cracked halfway through. Bells exploded into wild, erratic chiming as the sheep reacted to the sudden shift in human panic, surging away in a living wave. But in that first second, I didn't move. The distance between us and it stretched and shrank at the same time. The hill seemed very near and very far. Jean's kicking legs were a blur. The creature's fur moved in little shivers with each breath. My own heart hammered so hard my chest hurt. But my feet felt nailed to the damp ground by something stronger than fear. I had dreamed this. Not the exact picture, the hill, the bog, the angle of its shoulders, but the feeling. The knowledge of something right at my back, too close to outpace. The weight of its attention, the smell of it filling the air until there was no room for anything else. Now it was here, and Jean was in its arms, and the redhead was a dwindling figure in the distance, and the rest of us were between the beast and the trees. La bête du Gévaudan. Someone breathed, too soft for the thing to hear, but not too soft for its name to sink into my bones. The beast took another step up the hill, turning slightly to keep us and Jean both in its field of vision. As it moved, it shifted its grip on him, drawing him closer to its chest, as if in a grotesque parody of an adult lifting a child away from danger. Its eyes never left mine. In that steady, unblinking stare, I felt a terrible, cold certainty. It understood. Not our words. Maybe not our prayers. But something in it recognized something in me, that I was the one the others looked at when they didn't know what to do. That I was the one telling stories about doors and traps and things being held under the earth where they belonged. And whatever this thing was, it was not used to being put anywhere. It looked at me like it knew, somehow, that if anything stood between it and the rest of its hunt that day, it would be me. That, more than the teeth, or the size, or the smell, was what finally unlocked my legs. I bent, fingers closing around my staff, and I ran not away from it, as every instinct screamed at me to, but toward the others, toward the space between us and the hill, toward the place where whatever happened next would happen with me in it. 4.2. The thing that walked like a man up on the hill. The beast shifted its weight, and for a second, everything in me refused to accept what my eyes were seeing. It was taller than any man I'd ever met, and I'd seen some big ones come through the village on market days. This thing would have made them look like boys. From where I stood, its head nearly brushed the low, leafless branches of the shrubs behind it. Its shoulders were so broad they seemed to bend the air around them. The fur that covered it might once have been gray, but it had forgotten that color. Dirt and old blood had stained it into a filthy, uneven patchwork dark here, lighter there, clumped and tangled in places like it had dried after being soaked and never properly cleaned. In some spots it hung in stringy curtains, exposing the shapes of the muscles and bones underneath. Those bones were wrong. Its legs were too long. The joints set just a little off from where my mind thought they should be. The thigh bones seemed stretched, as if someone had pulled them like taffy. Its knees bent in a way that was almost human, but not quite. The feet, if I can call them that, were huge, spreading wide as they sank into the slope. Each time it adjusted its stance, the earth gave a soft, reluctant thump, like it hated carrying the weight. It stood fully upright. On those hind legs, as easily as any man stands on his own 2 feet. No wobble, no searching for balance. Its spine was curved in a long, ugly arc, shoulders hunched, head thrust slightly forward on a thick neck. The overall effect was of something halfway between a wolf and a man. Caught in the middle of a transformation, it had no intention of finishing. Its arms, its forelegs, its front limbs. Whatever word feels least wrong hung longer than a human's would. The elbows low, the hands, paws, almost reaching its knees. When it flexed them, I saw the suggestion of claws, pale and curved. I didn't need to see them fully to know what they could do. And then there was its breathing, up close. I could hear it clearly now. Each inhalation was a wet, dragging sound. Air pulled in through a throat that felt too narrow for the lungs behind it. Each exhalation came out as a heavy, damp huff that sent little bursts of condensation into the cold air. The rhythm of it rolled down the slope in slow waves, filling the space between the clatter of sheep bells and the rasp of our own panicked breaths. In its grasp, Jean was small and breakable. At first it held him clamped under one massive arm, his back pinned against its chest, like a doll caught in the crook of a door. His legs kicked weakly, boots scraping at its fur, his hands scrabbled at the limb across him, fingers sinking into the filthy coat and finding no purchase. His face was turned toward us, eyes wide and glassy, mouth open. I still couldn't hear him. It was like the space between us and the hill had swallowed his voice. I could see his throat work, the muscles in his jaw strain, but whatever sound he made died before it reached us. For a horrible instant, I thought maybe I'd gone deaf. Then Henri screamed again behind me, and I knew it wasn't that. As we watched, the beast adjusted its grip, almost casually. It shifted Jean up and forward, sliding him along its body until his upper torso was level with its muzzle. It opened its mouth not in a roar, not in a theatrical, storybook display of teeth, but in a small, efficient movement, the way a person might open their mouth to hold a rope. Teeth closed on the back of Gene's jacket, just below his neck, thick, yellowish things, uneven but terrifyingly solid. It bit down just enough to hold, to anchor. Gene's arms dropped suddenly, his body going slack for a second as the pressure dug in. When he moved again, his motions were jerky, weaker. A dark patch spread slowly on the fabric under its jaws, the color turning from pale wool to a deeper, wetter shade. The wind was too thin and the distance too great for the smell of fresh blood to reach us. But my mind supplied it anyway. The world broke then. The others ran. Staffs hit the ground with dull thuds as hands let go. Boots slipped on damp grass and caught again. Somebody sobbed openly. Someone else cursed. The words tumbling over each other. Bodies pushed and jostled. Children who knew each other as well as their own families, suddenly reduced to animals bolting from fire. I heard the clatter of wood on stone as Luke's staff went skidding down the slope. Henri tripped over a rock and half fell, catching himself on all fours for a heartbeat before scrambling up again, his breath ragged. Mathieu, always the one who looked annoyed by fear, sprinted faster than any of us, mouth pulled back in a snarl that showed more teeth than the beasts ever had. The circle we'd formed shattered. The redhead was already a distant figure among the sheep, his earlier head start giving him space. Sophie hesitated only long enough to snatch up her staff before following, her braid whipping behind her. The sound of their retreat was cacophonous bells exploding into a frenzied chorus as the sheep panicked, hooves pounding the ground, children's footsteps slamming into the same earth that shook under the beast's weight. I wanted to run with them. Every part of me screamed for it. My legs, tensed and ready, begged to turn and follow the path the others were carving through the clearing. My chest ached with the urge to pull in air for a sprint. My eyes kept flicking to the open space behind us, to the gap between the rocks and the trees where escape lay. Everything in me that remembered the taste of mud in my mouth and the feeling of weight on my back shouted the same word, over and over, so loud it almost drowned out the beast's breathing. Run, run, run. I had always obeyed that voice. I ran from the dark when the wolves howled too close. I ran from the redhead's fists until he caught me. I ran from shame into books and prayers, into quiet corners where nothing sharp could reach. Fear had kept me alive in a place that didn't have much use for boys like me. And even when it humiliated me, I clung to it. It was something I knew how to carry. But now, for the first time, there was something else in the room with it. Not on the hill, in me. A flash of memory, sharp and out of place. Cut through the noise, Gene's small hand shoving half his crust of bread into mine on a day when there hadn't been quite enough to go around. "You eat it," he'd said. When I tried to push it back, "You're taller. You need it." Another memory, him standing in front of me in that same village street where the redhead had humiliated me, this time with his own skinny arms outstretched. "Leave him alone," he'd said, voice shaking but loud. "He's my brother." He'd taken a punch meant for me that day, a sharp jab to the shoulder that left a bruise. He hadn't cried. Later, when our mother scolded us both for fighting, he'd shrugged and said, "It didn't hurt that much," though I'd seen the way he winced when he lifted his arm for days afterward. I saw him curled against my back in winter, our bodies fitted together on the straw so we could share warmth, his breath puffing softly against my neck. I remembered the way he'd grab my elbow when we walked on ice. Not because he thought I'd fall, but because he knew I was afraid and wanted me to feel something solid. These images slammed into the present with the same blunt force as the beast's footsteps. Up on the hill, in that thing's jaws, his body jerked once, his head lolled to one side, then lifted a fraction. His eyes still locked on us, on me. My fear was big. It always had been. It filled every corner of me, seeped into every story I told myself about who I was. It had been the loudest voice in my head for as long as I could remember. But my love for him was bigger. Just this once. It didn't feel noble. It didn't feel brave. Not the way people later told it. It felt like drowning in two directions at once. Part of me dragged toward the safety of the herd. The other anchored to the thin, terrified boy hanging from the monster's mouth, to the hollow on the ground where he'd been sitting just a moment before. My legs refused to choose for me, so they did the strangest thing they could have done. They locked. It was as if someone had hammered stakes through my feet into the damp earth. I stood there, halfway between the rocks and the fleeing line of children, and couldn't force myself to move in either direction. My breath came in sharp, ragged bursts. The staff in my hand shook so badly, the end thumped little nervous beats against the ground. Behind me, the sound of retreat grew fainter. Ahead of me, the beast's breathing stayed steady. Between them, in the thin strip of air where my life still had room to change, a thought slipped in. If you run now, he dies alone. Not different from what would happen if I stayed. Maybe. Not in the grand, brutal arithmetic of a place like ours, but different for me, different for him. The idea of him leaving the world with only that thing's eyes on him felt worse than any fate I could imagine for myself. I don't remember making the decision so much as hearing my own voice after it had already been made. Stop. It ripped out of me raw, loud enough to cut through the panicked clamor. It didn't sound like me. It didn't sound like the boy who cried in the dirt and took beatings with hunched shoulders. It came from somewhere lower, somewhere deeper. All gravel and command. The effect was immediate. The running feet in front of me stuttered. Luke skidded to a halt, one foot sliding in the grass. Henri flinched mid-stride and nearly fell again, eyes darting back. Sophie turned just enough for me to see the shock on her face. Even the redhead, a little farther away now, glanced over his shoulder. His expression caught halfway between fury and confusion. "Come back," I shouted, the second word breaking into a rasp. "Get over here." I was as surprised as they were by the sound of my own authority. My heart still hammered, my knees still threatened to give, but the part of me that had spoken refused to shrink back into silence. It stepped forward instead, shoving past the trembling boy I knew, for a heartbeat. No one moved. They stared at me as if I'd grown fur and fangs myself. The wet chicken, the boy who froze and cried and told stories about giants under hills, standing his ground between them and the monster, and daring to raise his voice. Then something shifted in their faces. Maybe it was shock. Maybe it was the thin thread of hope that comes when someone else looks more certain than you feel. Maybe it was the realization that there was nowhere truly safe to run to anyway, not with the beast already out and watching from the hill, one by one. They turned. Luke took a step back toward me, then another, jaw clenched so tight it looked like it might crack. Sophie walked more slowly, but her eyes were locked on mine now instead of the trees. Henri crept, staff held in both hands like a talisman, tears streaming silently down his cheeks. Even Mathieu, who had already put the most distance between himself and the rocks, pivoted on his heel and came striding back, his face ashen. The redhead hesitated the longest. He stood out among the sheep, chest heaving, fists clenched, caught in his own war between survival and whatever this new, unwelcome version of me represented. His gaze flicked from me to the beast, from the beast to John, and back again. I didn't have time to wait for his choice. Here I barked, lifting my staff and stabbing it toward the ground at my feet. Now the word cracked through the clearing like that twig behind my head had. Sharp and undeniable. He came. He moved slower than the rest, anger stiff in every line of him. But he came, within moments. The 7 of us were together again, a rough cluster of small bodies and shaking hands, our backs to the bog and our faces to the hill. The beast watched us, eyes narrow, John hanging from its mouth like some horrible prize. I swallowed hard, my tongue dry against the roof of my mouth. "Listen," I said, voice low now, urgent. "We can't outrun it, not all of us, but we can make it go where we want instead of where it wants." 7 pairs of eyes stared at me, searching, afraid, waiting. For the first time in my life, they were not waiting for me to fail. 4.3, driving the beast into the bog. I didn't have a plan until the words came out of my mouth. "The bog," I said, pointing with my staff past the beast's shoulder, toward the dark smear at the base of the hill, the deep part, where the big stone is. They followed my gesture, eyes flicking from the thing on the slope to the still, black water behind it. "We can't kill it," I said, and hearing myself say it out loud made my own stomach twist. "But we can make the ground kill it for us." Henri shook his head so fast his braid slapped his cheek. "We can't," he stammered. "Look at it. It's too big. It'll just... It almost took me..." I cut in, sharper than I meant to. "The bog. Do you remember when I fell in near the big rock? It pulled me down like hands. It didn't care how big I was. It only cared that I moved." Luke's mouth opened, then closed. He did remember. They all did. They'd laughed about it afterward. The wet chicken nearly becoming a drowned rat. It hadn't been funny then. It wasn't funny now. "That spot," I said, forcing the words through my dry throat, "is deeper than the rest. If we can get it to step there, it won't come back out." Mathieu frowned up at the hill. "And how do you suppose we do that?" he asked. His voice was shaking, but he was still thinking, still looking for the shape of this mad idea. "Like we do with the sheep," I said. "We don't drag them. We push them. With sticks. With noise. With being annoying. A ridiculous comparison. Maybe. But it was the only one my 12-year-old brain had. We had no spears, no guns, no soldiers. Just us and our staffs. And the fact that the beast, for all its power, was outnumbered. "We stay spread," I said, jabbing the air as if marking positions. "Not too close. We go up there. We hit it. We shout. We don't try to hurt it. We make it move. We turn it, step by step. We push it toward the bog. Once it's in, I didn't finish the sentence. I didn't need to. They'd all seen animals caught in mud holes, struggling, sinking, the ground taking them inch by inch. The idea of doing that to this thing, it was horrible. It was also the only thing that made any sense. For a moment, no one spoke. Even the sheep seemed to hold their breath. Bells stilled to a faint trembling. Or, the redhead said, voice low and shaky, "We could run. We already ran." I snapped. "And it has him." I pointed at John dangling from its mouth, his body hanging limp now except for a small, unconscious twitch in one leg. If we go, it goes where it wants. If we stay, it goes where we want. Those are the only choices. I don't know if what I was saying was true. I don't think I even believed all of it. But it was something that wasn't surrender. And that was more than we'd had a moment before. Sophie met my eyes across the circle. There was terror there. Yes, but also a hard, bright glint I'd only seen a few times. She nodded once. "I'll go left," she said. Mathieu let out a breath that sounded more like a curse, then lifted his staff. "Right," he said, "with Luke." Henri swallowed visibly and wiped his face with the back of his sleeve, smearing tears and snot together. "I'll stay with you," he whispered, stepping closer to my side. The redhead hesitated, jaw working, eyes burning with something too complicated to name fear, anger, pride all tangled together. Then he spat on the ground, snatched up his dropped staff, and jerked his chin toward the hill. "Fine," he said. "But if I die because I listened to a chicken, I'm coming back to haunt you." There wasn't time to laugh, even if I'd wanted to. "Don't get too close," I said. "Hit and move. We only need it to turn." The beast watched us. It had not rushed us. It had not run. It stood where it was, knee-deep now in the rough grass and scrub of the hillside, Jean hanging from its jaws like an obscene pendant. Its eyes tracked each of us as we shifted, stepping away from the safety of the stones and out into the open. It knew something was changing. You could see it in the way its shoulders tensed, the way its breath hitched and then steadied. It began to move up the hill again, slow and deliberate, as if to remind us that it had its own plans. Now I shouted, and we went. We ran up the slope in a ragged line, staffs clutched in sweaty hands, breath tearing in and out of our chests. The ground tilted under us, the damp earth slick with old leaves and the thin melt of frost. My boots slipped once, skidding sideways. But I caught myself and kept going, the end of my staff digging into the ground to steady me. The beast did not come down to meet us. Instead, it reached out with one long arm and grabbed a tree. Its claws sank into the trunk of a scrubby, half-dead thing rooted halfway up the hill. With a grunt that I felt more than heard, low and thick, vibrating in my ribs, it hauled itself forward, half dragging, half stepping. Its hind feet tore up clumps of earth, flinging mud and grass behind it. The tree bent, creaked, and then snapped with a splintering crack that echoed through the clearing. For a moment, it used the broken trunk like a crutch, jamming it into the ground ahead of itself, pulling its bulk along. The sound of its progress was a grinding, slurping chaos roots tearing free, rocks rolling, the wet shulk of heavy feet sucking out of the hill. "Spread," I gasped, veering slightly to the right. Sophie peeled off to the left. Mathieu and Luc angled further out. Flanking, Henri stuck near me, his eyes huge and fixed on the creature's legs. We hit it like flies hitting a bull. My first blow landed on its side, just below the ribs. The impact shuddered up my arms, the staff bouncing off something hard under the fur. It didn't feel like hitting a normal animal. There was a density to it, a thickness, as if bone and muscle and something else were packed too tight together. The beast grunted, not in pain. Exactly. More in irritation, and twisted away from me. As it did, Sophie darted in from the other side and cracked her staff across the back of its knee. Luc followed, swinging high, his stick thudding against its shoulder. We were nothing to it. Our strikes wouldn't have broken a man's bones, let alone something built on that scale. But they got its attention. It snapped its head toward Luc, lips curling back in a low, guttural snarl. Its free arm lashed out. The swipe caught his staff instead of him by sheer luck, splintering the wood and sending him staggering. He yelped, then fled sideways, feet skidding on torn turf. Again I shouted, voice hoarse, "Don't stop, turn it!" We circled as best we could in the chaos, moving in and out, darting forward to strike and back again as before those long arms could reach us. Mathieu shoved at one of its legs with both hands, grunting, his boots carving twin grooves in the mud as he pushed. Henri, shaking so hard his blows were uneven, jabbed at its lower back. The sound was deafening. Staffs smacked against fur and bone with dull, meaty thuds. The beast snarled and grumbled, its breath coming faster now, harsher, a steady huff, huff, huff that misted the air around its muzzle. Children yelled wordless cries, curses, half-sobs. Sheep bleated wildly in the background, hooves drumming as they milled at the edge of the clearing, driven mad by the panic. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, it turned. We weren't pushing it downhill. We weren't strong or stupid enough for that. Instead, our blows and shouts and flanking presence nudged its course step by step, forcing it to adjust its stance, to angle away from one of us and toward another. Each time it shifted to grab at whoever was closest. The rest of us attacked the side it was leaving exposed, driving it back and sideways, back and sideways. It wasn't a straight line. It was an ugly, jagged path, up and across the face of the hill, angling toward the bog. It realized what we were doing before we were halfway there. You could see the moment understanding lit its eyes. They flicked to the water, then back to me. Its lips peeled further from its teeth. A sound rolled out of it then, deeper than any it had made so far, a kind of growling roar that wasn't as loud as you'd expect from something that size, but carried an authority that made my bones want to turn to water. It didn't want to go down. It dug its claws into the ground, gouging furrows, and tried to pivot back toward the safety of the trees. Sophie darted in and struck its hip, yelling. Luc slammed his shoulder into its thigh in a move that would have knocked another boy clean over and bounced off. Henri jabbed at its ankle, the stick skittering off the thick fur. "We're close," I shouted, more to myself than to them. Just a little more. The bog's edge loomed behind it now, the dark water lapping silently at the torn hillside. I could smell it, that cold, wet rot, mixing with the beast's own stink into something that made my eyes sting. It tried one more time to break free. With a sudden, violent lunge, it swung its upper body toward the tree line, yanking its leg free from Sophie's reach. The motion sent a spray of dirt and stones flying. Henri went down on one knee, arms flailing. The beast planted one massive foot, muscles in its haunch bunching for a leap. Now I screamed. We threw ourselves at it. I slammed my whole weight into its side. My staff wedged between its ribs and my shoulder. Mathieu hit just above me. Grunt torn from his throat with the effort. Luke grabbed the matted fur at its flank and pulled, boots sliding, face twisted in a snarl. On the other side, Sophie and the redhead both rammed into it, their smaller forms barely reaching its hip. Henri, in a reckless, squealing burst of courage, jabbed his staff hard at the back of the leg it was trying to push off with, for a heartbeat. Nothing happened. Then its foot slipped. Not much, just a fraction of a step, just enough. The turf at the lip of the bog, already loosened by our frantic scrabbling, gave way under its weight. The beast's planted leg shot forward, sliding into the thin crust of soil and brush that covered the deeper muck beneath. There was a wet, sucking sound schloop that I felt as much as heard, vibrating up through my hands and feet as the ground conceded and took its full weight. It went into the knee on the first step. The beast roared, a sound that rattled my teeth. It flung its free arm out, clawing at the air, grabbing for anything solid. Its other leg scrabbled for purchase, but the momentum of its own mass carried it forward. The mud grabbed and held. When it tried to wrench its first leg free, it only drove the other one deeper. In seconds, it was buried to the thighs. The water around its legs churned and frothed as it thrashed, turning the black surface a muddy gray. Clumps of grass and clotted earth broke free and floated away. The bog, that silent, patient thing, had finally been given something big enough to interest it. For one wild, exultant instant, I thought we did it. Then it looked at me, really looked, its head whipped around, eyes searching, and found mine. The distance between us was not much now. I could see every detail of its face. The muzzle was longer than a man's. Yes, with a black, wet nose and lips that curled back from its teeth in a permanent, ugly grimace. But above that, the bones were arranged in a way that made my skin crawl. The cheekbones were too high, the brow too heavy but familiar. The way it drew its brows together disturbingly human. And the eyes, those eyes should not have belonged in that face. They were not flat and golden like a wolf's, not empty marbles of instinct. They were dark, almost black, pupils deep and round, catching the weak light of the sky and holding it. There was a depth to them, a focus. I'd seen eyes like that across a table, in the face of a man thinking his way through an argument, in that fraction of a second, staring into them. I felt something pass between us, not words, not anything as simple as language, just an understanding. It knew. It knew I had led it here, that I had pushed it toward the one place on that hill where the ground itself would turn traitor, that I, the shaking, storytelling wet chicken, had used the only thing I truly understood, the land under our feet, to trap something that had never been trapped before. And it was offended. The anger in its gaze was sharp and personal. Not the blind rage of an animal caught in a snare, but the cold fury of a thing that believed itself above such tricks. It let go of Jean. Its jaws opened, just enough for his body to slip free. He dropped, hitting the churned-up edge of the bog with a sickening, boneless thud. For a heartbeat, I couldn't tell if he was alive. The world narrowed to the rise and fall of the beast's chest and the space between us. Then it lunged. It couldn't move its lower body, now the mud held it to the waist, but its upper body was still horribly free. With a horrible, sucking wrench, It dragged its torso forward as far as it could, arms snapping out like whips. One of those arms caught me. Pain arrived before sense. A sudden, white-hot line tore across my stomach, not deep enough to disembowel, but deep enough to make every muscle seize. My world split in two, the before of standing and the after of flying backward. I didn't even see its hand. I just felt impact, like being hit with a club made of knives. My coat tore with a sound that made my skin crawl, fabric ripping, threads snapping. Heat bloomed across my front, quickly chased by a wet, spreading warmth that I knew wasn't just mine. The air left my lungs in a grunt that tried to be a scream and failed. I hit the ground hard. The breath I'd been trying to drag in punched out of me again. The sky slammed into my vision, flat gray, framed by the thin, bare branches overhead. For a second, I lay there, stunned, ears ringing, over the high buzz in my head. I heard it, the beast's breath, right above me. Huff, huff. Each exhale came with a low whistle, as if something in its chest was split. Its shadow fell across my face. The stink of it flooded my nose, so strong it blotched out even the bog. I turned my head, just enough to see its arm sweep past, claws raking the air where my head had been a heartbeat before. Mud flew from its fur in thick clumps, spattering my cheek, my neck, my torn coat. Jacques, someone screamed. It sounded distant, like a voice underwater. Then another voice, closer, strained and high. Grab him, grab him. I forced my eyes toward where Jean had fallen. Luc Brave, stupid Luc, was there, half sliding down the churned-up bank, boots sinking into the soft edge. He seized Jean by the back of his jacket and heaved with everything he had. Sophie appeared beside him, hands closing on Jean's arm, adding her weight. The beast shrieked. It was not a sound any animal I knew made. It was higher than the roars it had given before, almost like a distorted version of a human scream, stretched and dragged over too many teeth. It twisted, trying to reach them, but the mud held it fast. Every thrash drove it deeper. Water and muck fountained up around its hips, spattering the hillside. Paul Mathieu shouted, voice raw. They did. In a jerking, sliding motion. Jean's limp form came free of the bog's grip. His foot caught for a second, then popped out with another wet slurp. They dragged him up and away, slipping and scrambling, leaving a smear of disturbed mud behind them. Run, I croaked, or thought I did. Whether the sound made it past my lips, I don't know. The air wouldn't quite cooperate. Hands grabbed me, then small, desperate hands under my arms, at my shoulders. The ground tilted crazily as Henri and the redhead heaved, grunting, pulling me up enough that my feet could find purchase. My stomach burned like someone had pressed a hot iron across it. When I glanced down, I saw the torn fabric of my coat, a dark stain blooming through the wool. I didn't look any closer. Don't look at it, Sophie gasped. Somewhere near my left. Just go. We went. The bog and the beast and the hill fell behind us in a blur of gray and brown and black. My legs moved on some old, familiar instinct. Run, run, run. But this time, I was not running alone. The others were around me, in front of me, behind me. Someone had thrown Jean over their shoulder. I could hear the wet, ragged rasp of his breath. Or maybe that was mine. The bells of the sheep screamed as the flock broke and scattered, some running with us, some away, all of them trying to escape a danger they could not name. Just before the trees swallowed the view of the hillside, I glanced back over my shoulder. The beast was still there, trapped to the waist, upper body flailing in the bog. It thrashed and lurched, sending waves of filthy water slapping against the banks. Mud sprayed into the air with each jerk, raining down on its own head. It roared and howled, sounds ripping from its throat that did not belong in any field I'd ever known. For one terrible second, I thought I saw its hand find a solid root, its muscles bunching for a pull that might haul it free. Then a chunk of the bank gave way under the strain, and it dropped another few inches with a deep, greedy gloop. We crashed into the trees, branches whipping our faces, the forest swallowing the sight and sound of it. I didn't see what happened in those next moments at the bog, the final inches, the last struggles, the way the water settled over whatever was left. By the time the villagers reached that clearing, it would be gone. But the sound of that sucking mud, swallowing something too heavy to belong to it, stayed with me. It's still here, even now, in the quiet moments in this Boston apartment, under the hum of the fridge, under the rattle of the heating, in the thump under the floor that no neighbor will admit to making. Chapter 5. When heroes go home, approximately 2,800 to 3,100 words. 1. Blood on the straw. I don't remember when running turned into falling. One moment the forest was a tunnel of trunks and branches whipping past my face. Children's breaths ragged all around me. Jean's weight dragging on whoever carried him. The next, the ground under my feet tilted. My legs went hollow, and I pitched forward into a blur of brown and gray. Hands caught me before I hit too hard. Easy. Easy. Someone panted near my ear. I think it was Mathieu. My vision had narrowed to a small, flickering circle. The edges pulsed black with every heartbeat. My stomach burned and throbbed as if someone had pressed hot iron into it and refused to lift it away. We burst out of the trees and onto the path that led back toward the village. The sheep that had followed us fanned out to either side in a confused, bleeding cloud, their bells jangling wildly. My boots skidded on mud. I would have gone down if those hands hadn't been jammed under my arms, hauling me upright. Then I heard it, a different kind of sound. Not panic, not children, men. Boots pounded on the hard-packed road ahead, heavy, measured. The rhythm of people who were used to carrying weight. Metal clanked. Leather straps creaked. Someone shouted. There they are, and the sound cut through the chaos like a blade. The world snapped wider for a second. A knot of villagers was charging toward us from the direction of the village fathers. Older brothers. A few men from neighboring farms. Some carried old muskets, barrels dark with age. Others had hunting spears or pitchforks or axes meant for wood. Not bone. A couple of them had only clubs, rough branches stripped of bark. Their faces were pale with fear and flushed with effort. They'd clearly run hard to get here. Their breaths came in white bursts in the cold air. Coats flapped around their knees. The redhead darted toward them first, stumbling to a halt so fast he almost fell. "It's in the bog," he shouted, voice cracking. "Up the hill. In the bog. It had Jean," Sophie snapped, still half supporting my brother's limp body. Her own chest heaved. We pulled him out. It's stuck. The bog's got it. The men didn't waste time on questions. Not then. Two of them peeled away from the group and rushed toward us, one of them my father, the other Jean's and my uncle. Their eyes flicked over us, assessing damage in seconds. My father's gaze snagged on the dark stain spreading across the front of my coat. For a moment, his face did a strange thing, some quick, raw tremor that looked too much like fear to belong to him. Then he swallowed it down, jaw hardening, and grabbed my shoulder. "Can you walk?" he demanded. "I think so," I said. Though my legs were now mostly suggestion, the world tilted again. "He's losing blood," Sophie said sharply. And Jean-Jean made a sound then, a wet, gurgling half-moan. It seemed to surprise his own body. His head lolled against Mathieu's shoulder, eyes rolling up and then half-opening in a dazed, unfocused way. My uncle's expression tightened. "Take them." He barked to Mathieu and Luc, "Straight to Etienne's house. He'll know what to do. Move." The man we called Etienne was not a doctor in the way you think of one now. He was a barber surgeon, of the sort most villages had one of if they were lucky, good with knives, better with stitches, familiar with blood. That made him a doctor to us. He lived near the center of the village, close to the church. "We'll go after it," my father said, already turning back toward the trees. "Musket in hand. You get them inside, and shut your doors, all of you." The redhead nodded frantically, still breathing hard. Henri just stared, his eyes huge and blank. The rest of the armed men surged past us in a clatter of boots and metal, heading up the path we'd just fled. Faces set in grim lines, their weapons looked suddenly very small. Then we were moving again, but in a different direction now, back toward the village, toward roofs and chimneys and walls. My feet dragged. Each step sent a new bolt of pain through my middle, radiating outward. I could feel something warm trickling under my coat in slow, sticky lines. The village didn't look so quiet when we stumbled back into it. Doors that had been only cracked open when we left now stood wide. People crowding the thresholds and spilling into the lane. Women clutched aprons in white-knuckled fists. Old men leaned on canes, faces weathered and stunned. Children who were younger than us peered out from behind skirts, eyes round. Conversations stopped as soon as they saw us. To this day, I can close my eyes and see that moment like a painting, 7 exhausted, mud-splattered children staggering into the main street. One of them barely conscious over a shoulder, another bleeding through his coat, the others wild-eyed and shaking. Behind us, the sheep milled and bleated in a confused cloud. A murmur went through the villagers' fear, recognition, disbelief, all mixed together. "Get out of the way," Sophie yelled, surprising herself and everyone else. Her voice cracked but held. "We need to get them inside." The crowd parted clumsily, bodies peeling back to make a channel. Hands reached out not to stop us, but to touch us as we passed, brushing sleeves, hair, the edges of our coats. It wasn't comforting. It felt like people convincing themselves we were real. Etienne's house was small and dark, like all the others, but it smelled different. He answered the pounding on his door with a curse and a frown, wiping his hands on a stained cloth. The frown vanished the moment he saw Jean and me. On the beds, he snapped. "Now." He moved quickly once the decision was made, like a man whose hands always worked faster than his mind. The main room became something else in seconds, less like a home, more like a place where painful decisions were made. They laid Jean on one narrow straw mattress, me on another. The straw in mine was fresh, or fresher than the stuff at home. It rustled cleanly under my weight. not yet packed down with months of sleep. The smell of it, dry and sharp, fought with the heavier scents that already filled the room, iron-rich blood, the sour tang of old sweat, the sharp bite of alcohol. Etienne's tools were arranged on a small table near the hearth, knives of different sizes, needles, thread, a pair of iron pincers. They were clean in the way things could be cleaned, then wiped, heated, dunked in cheap, burning spirits that made the air sting when he uncorked the bottle. He knelt by Jean first. I turned my head, wincing at the pull in my gut. Jean's hair was sticky with drying blood where the beast had grabbed him. His scalp looked wrong in places under the matted curls, but I couldn't see details from where I lay. His face was too pale, lips tinged bluish. His breathing came in short, wet little pulls that made a faint, awful rattling sound in his chest. Etienne's mouth tightened. His fingers were surprisingly gentle as he probed along Jean's skull, then moved down to check his ribs, his limbs. He glanced up once, just long enough to meet my father's eyes, and something passed between them that I couldn't quite read. He might not make it, he said quietly, in a tone that didn't invite argument. Too much blood lost. Head's bad. We do what we can. The words hung in the room like smoke. My mother made a sound, then a low, strangled noise she immediately tried to swallow. Her hands, clasped in front of her apron, trembled. "Do it," my father said. His voice was hoarse. "Whatever you can." Etienne nodded once, sharply, then turned to me. "All right, little hero," he said, and the word made something twist in my chest. "Let's see what she did to you." I tried to sit up on my elbows to help him, but the motion sent a flare of pain across my abdomen that stole my breath. Etienne clicked his tongue impatiently. "Lie still," he said. "You'll have plenty of time to move later. If I don't mess this up." Not the kind of reassurance you hope for from a man with a needle and thread, but it was what we had. He took a pair of shears from the table and cut my coat open from hem to chest, the blades scraping against the fabric. The air hit my skin, cold and damp. I felt it more than I saw it, the track of the beast's claws across my stomach. A line of raw, screaming flesh that burned and throbbed in time with my pulse. He sucked air in through his teeth. "Not as bad as it could be," he muttered, more to himself than anyone. Deep, but it missed the worst bits. Unless she was aiming. He snorted at his own grim joke. He poured alcohol straight onto the wound. Fire exploded across my midsection. I arched off the straw on instinct, a raw shout ripping out of me before I could bite it back. The pain was bright and total, wiping out thought for a few seconds. The smell of the spirits mixing with blood, sharp, metallic, almost sweet, flooded my nose. "Breathe," Etienne said, one hand on my shoulder, holding me down. "Scream if you must, but breathe. I need you conscious long enough to know if I'm poking something vital." I did both. While he stitched me quick, practiced jabs of the needle, thread pulling my skin back together in clumsy accordions, I focused on the sounds around me to keep from floating away. The crackle of the fire in the hearth, a steady backdrop, the soft scritch of the needle going in and out, my mother's ragged, uneven breaths nearby, my father's boots shifting occasionally on the packed earth floor, as if he couldn't decide whether to stand or pace. Outside, beyond the walls, there was another layer of noise, footsteps, many of them, Not the heavy, purposeful strides of the armed men who'd headed for the bog, but lighter ones, women's shoes, children. The scuff and shuffle of people moving without knowing exactly where they were going. Voices, too, muffled but insistent. A low buzz like a hive. "They say he drove it into the bog," someone murmured, their words just clear enough to thread through the cracks around the door. "With a stick," another voice answered, incredulous. "The little Powie boy. The wet one." "Not wet anymore," a third tone said, with something like rough pride. "They're calling him the little hero." A shadow darkened the thin strip of light at the bottom of the door as someone crowded closer, trying to listen. The door rattled when another person jostled them. There was the faint sound of a child being shushed, then hushed whispers. "Is he dying? Can we see him?" "Move. Let me." Etienne swore under his breath and raised his voice. "Back from the door, or I start cutting things off the wrong people." He barked. For a brief second, there was nervous laughter outside. Then the shuffling stepped back a little, though the murmur of voices didn't fade entirely. Little hero. I lay there on clean straw, my skin on fire, my brother floating somewhere between this world and whatever comes next, and listened to strangers try to press their faces against the wood to get a glimpse of the story they'd heard forming. They weren't asking if Jean would live. They weren't asking how many times I'd almost run and failed to. They weren't asking how badly it had really gone, how close we all came to being nothing but another pair of blankets carried home on doors. They were already polishing it in their voices. I could hear the shape they were giving that morning, a beast, a bog, a boy who stood his ground without trembling, a neat trap, a clean escape, a story you could tell by the fire without waking up sweating afterward. Etienne tied off the last stitch with a sharp tug that made me hiss. "There," he said, sitting back on his heels. "You'll have a fine scar, something to show off when they insist on hearing this for the 100th time." I didn't answer, because even as my body shook with pain and the room tilted around me, I understood something with a clarity I didn't have words for yet. Whatever tale they told outside that door about a brave little hero and a monster conveniently eaten by the earth, it would never sound like the truth that was still ringing in my ears, the crack of a twig inches from my head. The wet schloop of mud swallowing something too big, Jean's breath rattling, the beast's lungs working like broken bellows. The sounds of what happened were too ugly to fit neatly into legend, so they would smooth them over. And I, bleeding into the straw, listening to the crowd line up to stare at the closed door, realized that surviving meant living with both versions at once. 5.2. The Making of a Little Hero. Jean did not die. For the first 2 nights, no one in the house said those words out loud. They moved around them the way you move around a sleeping dog you're not sure won't bite. Etienne came and went with his bag and his tired eyes. My mother sat by Jean's bed until her own bones seemed to creak, wiping his forehead with a damp cloth, whispering prayers into the damp straw. My father went out and came back and went out again, the door thudding softly behind him each time. I lay on my own pallet across the room, bandaged up like a badly wrapped parcel, and listened to Jean's breathing. First of all, at the beginning, it was a strange, wet thing shallow pulls in, small rattles out, pauses that went on far too long. Every time there was a gap, the whole room seemed to hold itself still. Then he'd sigh, or choke, or gasp, and the spell would break. Just long enough for us to breathe again. My own wound pulled every time I shifted, a hot, tugging ache under the tight bandages Etienne had wound around my middle. The stitches felt like gritted teeth in my flesh, each one a reminder of the claws that had put them there. When I took a deep breath, the skin stretched and protested. When I coughed, I saw stars. And under that, the house itself, the crackle of the fire in the hearth, the dry clack of my mother's rosary beads, the quiet murmur of two voices in the corner when my parents thought we were both asleep. On the third morning, Etienne came in, knelt by Jean, and listened for a long time with his ear close to my brother's mouth and chest. Then he sat back on his heels and let out a breath he'd probably been holding as long as we had. "He's young," he said. "Hard to kill. These little ones. He'll live." It was the closest thing to joy I'd ever heard in my father's voice when he said, "Thank God." My mother just put both hands over her face and sobbed once loud, raw before she caught herself. No one made a fuss over me like that. I don't mean that bitterly. Not entirely. I could walk by then, slow and hunched, one arm pressed across my middle to support the ache. My wound was healing as well as anything could in that time and place. The bandages were changed. The cut was angry and red, but closed. I didn't leak when I moved. I was, in the most practical sense, fine. But something had shifted. People who came to see how Jean was doing inevitably turned to look at me after. Their eyes dropped to the bandages wrapped around my waist, the careful way I eased myself onto the stool by the fire. I saw something new there, something I didn't quite recognize at first. It wasn't pity, it wasn't the half-amusement that had followed me since the fight with the redhead. It was deference. "Jacques," they'd say, with a small nod. "How are you feeling?" I heard the difference in how they said my name. Less casual, as if it had gained weight. Children weren't usually allowed to sit around when adults talked. We were expected to be busy fetching, cleaning, herding. But in those first days, when I limped from the bed to the hearth and back again, no one told me to get up. They let me sit there, wrapped in a rough blanket, listening to the low murmur of conversation, as if I belonged in it. Some of the same men who'd watched me lose to the redhead in the street now nodded when they saw me. One or two even touched my shoulder lightly as they passed, a brief, careful pat that felt like being stamped with a new mark. "Brave boy," I heard one of them tell my father, not knowing I was within earshot. "You raised him well." My father didn't correct him. At home, things changed in smaller, stranger ways. My mother, who had always been quick with a scolding when I knocked something over or forgot a chore, softened at the edges. She still told me when I was in the way, still clicked her tongue when I tried to lift anything heavier than a bucket of water. But her hands lingered on my shoulder a little longer afterward. Once, when she thought I was asleep, I felt her fingers brush lightly over the bandage under my shirt, as if checking I was still in one piece. My father, who had rarely had time for talk that wasn't about work or weather or worry, began to sit by the fire at night after supper and simply be there. His presence a quiet weight. He'd watch the flames, eyes unfocused, and every now and then look over at me and nod, like there was some conversation happening between us without words. "Our little hero," I heard my mother whisper once, when she thought I was out of the room. I wasn't. I'd paused in the doorway, half hidden. The words felt like someone had thrown a cloak over my shoulders, warm, heavy, not entirely comfortable. Around us, the story spread, first to the neighboring farms, then to the villages a few miles away, carried on the lips of men who came to trade, women who went to visit sisters, cousins, friends. By the time the traveling merchants came through a thin, nervous trickle instead of their usual bustling stream, the tale had already been told enough times to have grown teeth of its own. I heard it in pieces, like a song played slightly differently in every house. At the tavern, through a half-open shutter, 7 of them, just children, mind you. And there it was on the hill, big as a cottage, all fur and teeth, thought they'd run. But no, this one, Jacques, the Puy boy, he'd say, in the churchyard after Mass, as people lingered in small knots despite the cold, stood his ground. They say, eyes like fire, drove it right into the bog, didn't scream once, in the corner of a low-ceilinged inn when my father took me with him to fetch grain. The air thick with smoke and the sour-sweet smell of cheap wine. The beast of Gévaudan. They're calling it now, like it belongs to all of us. But who trapped it? Not a king, not a soldier, a shepherd boy. Can you believe I sat on a bench near the hearth in that inn, wrapped in my coat, the heat from the fire making my bandages itch? Men crowded around the flames, mugs in hand, their faces flickering between shadow and light. They loved the story. You could hear it in the way they leaned forward, eyes bright, as the teller, some farmer who'd heard it from someone who was there, spread his hands to show the size of the beast, stamped his boot to imitate its steps, slapped his own chest when he got to the part about the little hero standing tall. They didn't talk about the smell. They didn't talk about how we had screamed, how the redhead had bolted first, how close Luke had come to losing his arm when the beast's claws scraped his staff instead. They didn't talk about the way my voice had cracked when I yelled, or the fact that I had wanted to run as badly as any of them, in their mouths. I was already taller, braver, neater. The story traveled faster than any of us ever had. A passing clerk from the local administrator's office heard a version, raised a skeptical eyebrow, and then went to ask my father for the facts. A few weeks later, a minor noble's retainer came to the village, all polished boots and careful politeness, and wanted to hear it again from the boy himself. I told it. What else could I do? I sat upright on my pallet, hands folded in my lap, and recounted the day as best I could while he scribbled with a quill on stiff paper. I spoke about the sheep, the hill, the bog, the running, the shoving. I saw his eyes widen at some parts and narrow at others. When I got to the beast, standing on 2 legs, using its hands, he paused. Like a wolf, he asked. Yes, I said. And no. It big as a wolf, you mean, he said. Nodding, already writing, but larger. A monstrous wolf. It walked like a man, I said. Heat rising in my face. Its eyes. He smiled in a way that was supposed to be kind. Fear can make beasts seem human, little one, he said. It is easier to speak of wolves than other things. People will understand a wolf. He left with his notes, with his... I was left with my frustration. A few days after that, I overheard the rest. It was late. The house was quiet. Jean slept in short. Restless bursts now instead of long, frightening silences. My parents had gone to bed in the next room, their soft conversations replaced by the slow rhythm of their breathing. I couldn't sleep. The bandage around my middle itched and pulled. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the beast's gaze locked on mine. That flash of offended intelligence just before it struck. The house felt too still. Every small noise magnified the creak of the cooling hearthstones, the faint patter of something small in the walls, the whisper of wind against the shutter. Then I heard voices outside. Not the casual murmur of neighbors passing by, but deliberate tones, low and measured, curious. I slid carefully off the pallet, biting back a hiss as my wound complained, and shuffled toward the door. It was closed, but the wood was old and the night was quiet. Sound slipped through. Can't have them thinking it's anything but an animal. A man was saying. I recognized the smooth, practiced cadence of the local official, the one who'd sent the clerk. Superstition is bad enough already. Wolf, yes. Monster, no. Monsters invite questions, a second voice answered, deeper, edged with the weary patience of someone used to nudging frightened souls back toward acceptable fear. Our priest. They're already calling it a beast. He said, they'll call it what they want. Then we steer what that means. The official replied, we say it was a great wolf, perhaps deformed, stronger, larger. Yes, but still a wolf. Wolves can be hunted. Wolves can be killed. Wolves do not think. He must have glanced toward our door then, because his next words dropped in volume. I had to lean closer, pressing my ear against the crack between door and frame, and the boy the priest asked quietly, they'll make him into something too. You know, he's useful. The official said, Gévaudan looks better if our children are brave. Yes, it will help with the men from Paris. They like heroic tales. A frightened, crying child who got lucky is less presentable. My mouth went dry. He was frightened, the priest said, and I was grateful for that single scrap of honesty. And he did cry. Yes. Well, the official said briskly, that part doesn't travel. We say he gathered the other children. We say he never flinched. We keep the business about it walking upright to ourselves. No need to have the whole province whispering about demons and man-beasts. Suppose it happens again. The priest said, suppose another attack. Then we will deal with it. The official cut in, with blessings and bullets and whatever else we have. In the meantime, we polish the story. It will reach them either way. We might as well send a version that makes sense. A pause. And that makes us look as if we have some control. Their footsteps moved away then, fading into the night. The conversation dissolving into vague murmur. I stayed with my ear against the door for a long time after they'd gone, listening to nothing. Inside the house, Jean snuffled in his sleep. The fire in the hearth gave a last, soft pop as a piece of wood collapsed into embers. Somewhere outside, a dog barked once, sharp and lonely. Control. They wanted to make sense of it. I couldn't blame them for that. But in shaving off the parts that scared them most, the way it stood, the way it watched, the knowledge in its eyes they were doing something else too. They were cleaning it, making the beast into something you could put in a story by the fire. Something with a clear shape and clear teeth and a clear enemy to defeat, shouted. Whose hands had not shaken when shouted. whose hands had not shaken when he picked up a stick and faced a nightmare. I slid back to my bed and lay down slowly, feeling each stitch pull outside. The night went on, full of small, ordinary sounds. Inside my head, the real ones wouldn't stop playing the wet drag of its breath, the sound of mud swallowing weight, the tiny click of Gene's teeth when he hit the ground. The legend they were building would be easier to tell. The truth I was already starting to understand would be harder to live with. 5.3. The sound under everything. Nights in the village were never truly quiet after that. They had never been exactly peaceful before too much hunger, too much cold, too many wolves in the hills. But there had been an order to the sounds, a pattern you could learn and trust. After the bog, after the hill. That pattern broke. Every noise seemed loaded, every creak and sigh wearing a different face. From my bed, I could hear our life, layer by layer. Closest was Gene's breathing. It had lost its ugly rattle and settled into something almost normal, but it was never fully steady. Sometimes he'd sigh in his sleep, or mutter, or whimper, and my whole body would tense until I heard the next breath. I learned his rhythms the way I'd once learned the paths of the sheep. Beyond him was the house itself. The wind clawed at the roof, finding every loose tile, poking cold fingers through every gap. When it hit just right, it squeezed through the chimney and came down into the hearth in a low, mournful moan. The shutters rattled in their frames. The door thudded softly as the wood swelled and shrank with changes in the air. From outside, farther still, came the muffled sounds of the rest of the village trying to sleep through winter and fear. Somewhere down the lane, a dog would bark twice and then fall silent, as if remembering that noise might draw the wrong attention. Sheep bleated drowsily in their pens, the sound dull and wool-softened. Now and then, I'd hear the faint clink of a bell when one turned in its sleep. If you had stood in that room with us, you might have said it was a long way from silence. But under it all, I kept hearing something else. It wasn't really there. Not in the sense that anyone else could have heard it if they'd pressed their ear to the floorboards beside me. It was lodged somewhere between my ears, in the part of my memory that kept replaying the bog, that wet, heavy schloop, the sound of the beast's weight breaking the skin of the earth and sinking in, the drag of mud against fur and flesh, the low, ugly suction when it tried to pull a leg free and the bog refused to give it back, the splashing, the thrashing, the way its roars grew strange and stretched when half its body no longer belonged to the air. It became a kind of ghost track, always playing in the background of whatever else I was listening to. When a pot of water simmered over the fire, the bubbles sounded like breath catching in a ruined throat. When my mother stirred stew, the wet glorp of the ladle lifting and falling could, if I closed my eyes, be misheard as the bog swallowing another inch. Even the soft squelch of boots by the door on a damp day made my stomach twist. "We're safe now," people said. They said it in different ways, with different levels of conviction. But the phrase showed up in conversations like a prayer. At least our boys are safe. At least that thing is dead. At least the bog took it. They said it around me with a sideways glance, as if expecting the words to hang better in the air if they passed near my head. I nodded when they did. I let them believe I agreed, but the sound under everything didn't care about their certainty. The first night, Gene woke properly. It was to that same sound, not outside, inside him. He jerked upright on his straw pallet with a strangled cry. hands clawing at his head, hair sticking in all directions. The sudden movement made my wound throb in sympathy. My mother, who had been dozing in a chair by the hearth, jolted awake and was at his side in an instant, voice soft and strained. "Shh, shh, it's all right. You're here. You're home." His chest heaved. His eyes were wild, unfocused, like he was still halfway up that hill. He gasped, words catching in a throat thick with sleep and old fear. "It took me. I was up, in the air." He lifted his arms, fingers curling as if grasping for something solid. My mother glanced at me, her eyes flashing a warning. "Don't say anything stupid." I stayed where I was, propped carefully on one elbow, trying not to pull the stitches. "What do you remember?" she asked gently, brushing sweaty hair back from his forehead. He frowned, blinking hard, trying to pull sense onto the fragments. "It was fur," he said, "all around. I couldn't move. My legs were dangling. It smelled like..." He trailed off, face twisting, like what I heard myself ask. Before I could stop the question, he looked at me then, and for a moment, I saw the little boy who had asked me for stories in the pasture, afraid of his own fear. That softness was gone in the next second, replaced by something raw, like the skins in Old Man Roger's shed. He said slowly, "When they've sat too long. And like the wolf corpse they brought back last year, but worse, like it was alive and dead at the same time." He swallowed, Adam's apple bobbing. His hand drifted up to touch the back of his head where Etienne had shaved a patch to stitch the torn scalp. His fingers flinched when they brushed the scars. I felt teeth. He whispered, "Not biting, not all the way. Just here." He tapped lightly at the back of his skull, like it was holding me, like it could decide. My stomach flipped. "What else?" my mother asked softly. He stared past her, eyes fixed on some point I couldn't see. Everything went sideways. He said, "The sky was wrong. The ground was far. I thought if I looked down I'd fall, and I kept hearing." He paused, brow furrowing, searching. A sound like someone walking in mud, but not. Feet, bigger, under me, pulling. He shuddered once, violently, then sagged. "That's enough," my mother said. Her voice had gone tighter. She pulled the blanket up around his shoulders in that way mothers have when they want to tuck something evil away. "You're here now. It's over." Jean let her believe that. Or maybe he wanted to believe it himself. His eyes drifted shut again, lashes damp. Within minutes, his breathing had settled back into the rough rhythm that now counted as normal. I didn't ask him any more questions. I didn't ask if he'd seen its eyes from where he was. I didn't ask if he'd felt it tense, felt that flash of fury when it realized what we were doing. I didn't tell him that I'd dreamt almost exactly what he'd just described long before anyone in our village ever said the word beast out loud. There are some things that, once shared, don't get smaller. They just spread. Life, such as it was, resumed. People still had to eat. Sheep still had to graze. Fields didn't plow themselves. In the weeks that followed, There were days when it almost felt like our part of the world was willing itself back into something like normal. Children laughed again. Sometimes. The church bells went back to marking more than funerals. Someone even tried to organize a fair, though it was small and thin and ended early when a rumor of something in the woods touched the crowd like a cold hand. And then news came from beyond our little cluster of houses. First, a whisper from a farmer passing through. They found a boy in the next valley, not far from his herd, torn. Then a merchant, thin and gaunt from too many nervous nights on the road. A woman, alone on the path. They say it was a wolf, but he didn't finish the sentence. He didn't have to. Each new story was a small stone dropped into the fragile surface of our safety. The ripples reached us quickly, but we trapped it. People said at first, almost angrily, we saw it go down, maybe not deep enough. Someone else would answer, voice low. Or my cousin's brother says they killed a huge one farther south, bigger than ours. Maybe there are more. The word hung there, obscene. More beasts, more things that walked like men and hunted like wolves and thought. Like what? It was us. Like something older. No one wanted to say that part. They just let the idea of more sit between them, heavy and sour. In some versions, the creature we'd driven into the bog became just one of a pack, a particularly nasty specimen in a whole line of monsters. In others, it was the same beast, half sunk, half free, crawling through the earth like a worm, popping up where least expected. Either way, one fact settled in with the certainty of a nail hammered into wood. Even after I defeated it, nothing stopped. The deaths did not end. The fear did not lift. The fairs did not come back in full color. The official in his fine coat might polish the tail and send it up the chain. But in the fields, in the woods, along the lonely roads, the reality stayed sharp. I had done the bravest, most impossible thing I would ever do. The world did not reward it with peace. There was a hollowness in that, a strange weight. They called me a hero, and I walked around with that word pinned to me like a borrowed medal, knowing full well that the thing it was supposed to represent was still out there, somewhere, exacting its own accounting. At night, when the house creaked and the wind worried the chimney, I lay on my back and listened to the sounds of our little world breathing. We didn't have machines then. No humming refrigerators. No buzzing lights. No HVAC systems rattling in the walls like the ones I would one day hear in Boston. Our noises were simpler fire, wind, animals, human bodies shifting in sleep. But there were still gaps. Tiny pockets of stillness between one sound and the next, between the last pop of a log and the next sigh of the wind, between Jean's inhale and his exhale, between my father's turn on the mattress and my mother's answering murmur. In those thin slices of silence, when everything seemed to hold its breath at once, I heard it, a slow, dragging weight, not above, below. Like something massive was being hauled along just under the floor, deep in the packed earth and rock beneath our house. A heavy, reluctant slide, a faint, muffled shulk, that didn't belong to any mouse or settling beam. I knew, with the rational part of my mind, that it was nothing, a trick of memory, of nerves, of a boy listening too hard to ghosts only he could hear. But another part of me, the part that had felt the bog pull at my leg and watched mud claim something it had no right to own. Thought it's still moving, somewhere under all of this. It's still moving. So I lay there, in the dark, in a village that wanted to believe I had saved it, and listened to a sound that most likely did not exist. The sound under everything. Chapter 6. The Autopsy and the King. Approximately 3,000 to 3,300 words, 6.1. 2 more years of fear time is supposed to put distance between you and the things that tried to kill you. In Gévaudan, it didn't. It just stacked new fears on top of the old ones, like firewood in a corner, drying and waiting. 2 winters passed after the day at the bog. I got taller. Not much, but enough that my trousers needed letting out, and my mother started talking about how I would soon be a man in the same breath she used to complain about how much bread I could eat. My voice cracked in strange places. My hands got rougher from work. The scar across my stomach shrank as the skin around it grew. It went from a raw, angry line to something paler and puckered, a twisted seam that tugged whenever I bent, in the cold. It ached deep and slow, the way old trees groan in the wind, when the first frost came each year. The place where the beast's claws had opened me would throb before my fingertips felt the chill in the air. Jean's scar never fully disappeared either. The hair grew back over the place where its teeth had torn his scalp. But if you parted it just so, you could see the white, ridged track of stitches underneath. Sometimes, when the weather shifted or he'd overworked himself, he'd press his palm to that spot and wince, as if someone had tapped on a cracked bell inside his skull. He laughed again. He joked. He ran. From the outside, he looked like any other boy who'd simply grown older. But there were nights when he sat up too fast out of a half-sleep, eyes wide and unfocused, breathing too fast. And I didn't have to ask what he'd seen behind his eyes. The beast didn't go away with our scars. People liked to pretend, for a little while, that the bog had taken it for good, that the story of the hill was a neat ending. You could hear it in the way they told it to newcomers, their hands always landing triumphantly on the part where the mud swallowed those impossible legs. Then the killings kept coming, not every week, not even every month, long enough between them that you could almost convince yourself it had been wolves this time, or bandits, or anything with a name you already knew. But then someone from 2 valleys over would come through with a cart of goods and a story rattling around under the sacks of grain. You heard about the girl near Saint Fleur, they'd say, over a cupped mug at the tavern. Went out with the goats. They found her by the stream, torn up. They say it was, like the others, or a man on the road to Saugus, strong one, too. Had a musket with him. Didn't help. The words, like the others, did a lot of work. They covered every detail people didn't want to say in front of children, and every detail those same children would imagine anyway, in the corners of crowded rooms. I heard adults talk in lower voices about how the bodies were found, about what was missing, about what no ordinary wolf would have left behind. They always glanced at me when they did, as if wondering whether I was a shield or a magnet. The church bells rang more than they should have for a place that small. They had a sound you couldn't mistake dull, heavy, serious. Not the bright, chiming call to mass, but the slow, deliberate toll of death. They rolled out over the fields, over the slate of the roofs, over the heads of sheep and children and old people who pretended not to count how many times the bell swung. Inside the church, people wept into their kerchiefs. You didn't hear big, open sobs much. Grief, like everything else, had its rules. But you could see shoulders shake, hear the muffled sounds pressed into wool and linen. The air inside always smelled of wax and cold stone and sorrow. We kept living anyway. We had to. There was no city to run to, no safer province waiting with open arms. My days fell back into a rhythm that would have been ordinary if not for the thing that had nearly killed me. I drove sheep again, not right away. At first, my parents kept me closer, finding excuses to keep me near the house, near the church, near other adults. But slowly, as my wound mended and our lives crept back toward necessity, I returned to the fields with Jean and the others. The paths had not changed. The same ruts were in the same places. The same trees leaned over the same bends in the road. We walked past the turnoff to the hill where the bog was without meaning to look. We always looked, from a distance, on clear days. You could see the rise of it. You couldn't see the bog itself. The forest hid it, but I could feel it. The way you feel the presence of a deep pool even when the water is still. On Sundays, I sat in the church and tried to be the boy I'd wanted to be. Before all of it, a priest in training. In my head, if not in any official way. I copied verses from the scriptures when my uncle visited, my hand cramping around the quill, eyes burning from the effort of keeping the lines straight. I liked the quiet of it, the way the scratch of the feather on the page and the soft murmur of Latin made the world outside fall away. Still, certain things could drag it right back. Noise, for instance. I began to notice when sounds stopped. It's a strange thing, to listen for what isn't there. But that's what happened. I'd be sitting at our table, the evening meal in front of me, coarse bread, a little cheese, maybe a bit of salted meat if we were lucky, and the house would be full of the usual small noises, my mother moving about the hearth, my father shifting in his chair, Jean humming under his breath, the fire snapping. Then, every once in a while, all of it would line up in a way that made my skin crawl. A log would fall just right so the fire hushed for half a second. Jean would pause between one word and the next. My mother would still her spoon. The wind would lull at that exact moment, its whine in the chimney fading, and in that thin, perfect slice of silence, when nothing moved and nothing sounded, I'd hear it again, clear as if I were back on the hill, the wet drag of something impossibly heavy trying to pull itself free. Not loud, not even sharp, just that slow, sucking resistance. The memory of mud refusing to let go. It would roll through me like a wave, leaving goosebumps in its wake. By the time the real world poured back in the clatter of a dish, the cough from my father, the pop of sap in the wood, the echo was already lodged deep. If I flinched, if my fork paused halfway to my mouth, no one commented. Maybe they were too busy hearing their own ghosts. The village never quite decided what to do with me after that. On good days, I was a blessing. God chose you, some of the older women said, their fingers tracing little crosses in the air as they spoke. He must have. How else could a child stand against such evil and live? They'd pat my arm, their eyes soft and bright with something like faith. A few of them pressed medals or little wooden crosses into my hands, as if adding their protection to whatever had already shielded me. On other days, in other corners, the tone shifted. It follows him. I heard once, in a hissed whisper that was not meant for my ears, two men at the well, their backs bent over the bucket. Ever since that day, you see how he looks at the woods. You see how he startles at nothing. He brought its attention. The beast was here before him, the other man said. Though his voice wasn't fully convinced, it killed before that. It killed after. Don't put that on a boy. Some people bring luck, the first muttered. Some people bring storms. That word storms stuck when new misfortunes came, as they always do bad harvests, sickness. A cart overturned on a steep road. They sometimes landed close enough to us that people's eyes drifted my way. Not accusing, exactly, just measuring, as if trying to decide whether the shadow that had brushed my family once was now part of us forever. There were days when men clapped me on the shoulder and said things like, "If anyone can scare the wolves away today, it's you." With a forced grin. There were nights when, as I passed behind a knot of gossiping women, their voices dipped just low enough that I knew I was the subject, chosen or cursed, blessing or bad omen. I didn't feel like any of those things. Most days I felt tired and cold and older than the years I'd been alive. I felt the sting in my scar when the wind turned, heard the bog in my sleep, watched my brother rub the back of his head when he thought no one was looking. The beast kept killing. The world kept spinning. And I kept walking the narrow line between the story they'd made of me and the sound that still lived under all our ordinary ones. 6.2, the day they dragged it. In approximately 950 to 1,050 words. They say you always remember where you were when the worst thing ends. The morning they dragged it in, I was in the field again. The sky was the color of dirty wool, heavy and low. Jean and I had taken the sheep to a flatter patch of pasture close to the village by then. No one let us go as far as we used to. The wind came in little gusts, sharp enough to make my scar twinge under my shirt. I had one hand tucked into my coat, palm pressed against the puckered line across my stomach, half for warmth, half because it had become a habit. The first clue was the bell, not the usual pattern. Funerals have their own rhythm, slow and spaced, like someone knocking politely on heaven's door. Mass is bright and quick, a call and response between clapper and air. This was something in between, fast, urgent, but not joyful. It rang and rang, too many times in a row. Jean straightened from where he'd been throwing small stones at a clump of dirt. "What's that?" he asked. We listened. The bell kept going, as if whoever pulled the rope had forgotten to stop. "Something's happened," I said. He frowned. "Another attack." "Maybe." I didn't believe it. But hope was dangerous spoken out loud. Or something else. We herded the sheep back in early that day. No one complained. By the time we reached the lane that led into the village, the sound of the bell had stopped, replaced by other voices. A lot of them. Excited, high-pitched, layered on top of each other like overlapping waves. The kind of noise people make when they're afraid and thrilled at the same time. We rounded the last bend and saw the crowd. They'd gathered near the main square, around the widest part of the road. From the back, it looked like a wall of coats and caps and kerchiefs. Everyone pressed shoulder to shoulder. Children darted at the edges, trying to squeeze through gaps. Dogs nosed at boots, tails half-tucked, ears pricked. At the far side, barely visible between bodies, were the horses. 2 of them, lean and strong, flanks lathered with sweat despite the cold. Their eyes rolled white, ears pinned back. You could see the tension in their necks, the lines of strain from shoulder to chest. The wagon between them sat lower than it should have. Its wheels sunk deep into the rut of the road. "Stay here," I told Jean. He ignored me. Of course, sticking to my heel as I moved closer. We couldn't see over the adults, but we could hear. Big as a cow. I swear it shot it right through the eye, they say. Didn't even have time to never seen anything like those teeth somewhere near the front. Someone retched quietly. The smell that drifted back through the crowd was thick and sweet and foul, riding over the usual scents of sweat and animals and smoke, a heavy, meaty odor of something that had been alive long enough to build a presence and then died too suddenly for the world to catch up. I didn't see the beast's body. I want to be clear about that. For all the times I dreamed of facing it again, of confirming with my own eyes that it was real and not a shared hallucination we'd all agreed on. I never looked directly at what they brought in that day. There were too many people between me and the wagon, and I didn't push. Maybe some stubborn part of me didn't want to, but I heard everything. The creak of the wagon as the horses shifted, the wood complaining under a weight it hadn't been built to bear, the wet slap of something heavy when they adjusted the rope, the squelch of mud as the wheels tried to turn and failed, stuck in the deep grooves the load had carved on its way in. "Back up, no! Back up, you idiots! Give them room," the local official barked, his voice cutting through the babble. "You want to see it? Let them move it first." There was shuffling, muttering. The crowd wavered but didn't thin. Everyone wanted to be close enough to say, later, that they had been there, that they had seen the death of the thing that had haunted their nightmares for years. I only saw flashes, a patch of fur the color of dirty snow, a glimpse of a massive, limp paw dangling over the edge of the cart, claws curved and caked with dried earth, enough to know that whatever lay on that wagon was not any wolf I'd known. The description came later, pieced together from 100 breathless retellings. It was thick with fur. Old Marcel said that night at the tavern, hands shaking only slightly as he cradled his cup, not sleek, like a wolf, knotted, like it had never seen a comb or clean water. There were patches where it looked almost burned. "Too long," the butcher added, tapping his fingers along the table as if measuring. "The body, a wolf's back ends here. See, this thing went on and on, the spine under it." He shuddered. It was wrong. The legs. Another man said, eyes wide and glassy, not right for walking on four. The hind ones especially. The joints were backwards or sideways. I don't know. But it wasn't made to be on all fours only. You could see it had straightened itself. They talked about its head in half whispers, like a wolf from a distance. Someone admitted over the crackle of the hearth. Long snout, ears up. But when you got close, he trailed off, staring into the fire. Too big. Marcel supplied quietly, and the eyes were... I didn't like the way they'd clouded. Not like an animal, like something that had been thinking. I sat there on my stool, cloak pulled tight, listening, reconstructing. Every word added another piece to the shape in my mind, an outline that matched what I'd seen on the hill, magnified by death and the strange stillness that comes with it. They took it apart the next day. They didn't call it an autopsy then. They called it an examination, a cutting, a necessary proof. A man from a larger town, more educated than Etienne, came with his own tools wrapped in clean cloth. He had spectacles on his nose and a way of speaking that made other men quiet. They laid the beast out in a barn, away from the houses, on rough planks already stained from lesser animals. Flies gathered in a black, buzzing cloud despite the chill. The smell was stronger there, heavy and metallic, clinging to hair and clothes and skin. I wasn't allowed inside. I stood outside the half-open door with a knot of other boys and a few men whose curiosity outweighed their sense. We listened. The scrape of metal on bone, the soft thud of something heavy being lifted and set aside, the murmur of the doctor's voice as he narrated his findings to the official, as if dictating a letter. Organs enlarged, he said. Liver, heart, lungs all bigger than a normal canid's, not just size but structure. The ribs are thicker too. And see here, at the joints. No, there. The bones are denser, almost overgrown. Something meat, bone. I couldn't tell hit the floor with a dull sound. One of the men beside me swallowed hard. What about the hindquarters? The official asked. He sounded eager, hungry for something he could classify. Different, the doctor said slowly. The hips. No, I've never seen that in a wolf. They're shaped to take weight from above, not just from a horizontal plane. The sockets, wider, deeper. It could walk upright, not comfortably, perhaps, for long distances. But it did. My hands clenched inside my sleeves. There was a pause, then a low, sick noise from someone closer to the table. In the stomach, the doctor said finally, voice tighter. There are remains, not animal, not entirely. At least, he didn't describe them in detail in that moment, perhaps out of some remaining sense of decency. The details leaked out later anyway, through servants and helpers and men who'd gone in and come out gray-faced. There had been pieces, enough to know that this thing had eaten human flesh not long before it died. By the end of the week, the story had spread far beyond our hills. Messengers came and went with letters sealed in wax, carrying accounts to officials in larger towns, then on to cities. Travelers going north and south took the tale with them, embroidered and brightened, to exchange for free drinks and better conversation. In Paris, they said, people read about the beast of our province the way one might read about a storm in a foreign land, half with horror, half with a kind of morbid fascination. A monster, a strange carcass, a peasant boy who had driven it into a bog and a hunter who had finally ended it. Good material for salons and firesides. For a brief, strange moment, our little corner of France was the center of someone else's nightmare story. You would think that would be the end. Monster dead. Proof carved from its ribs and stomach. Letters written. Priests giving thanks. People breathing a bit easier when they sent their children to the fields. Then, one afternoon, our priest stood up at the end of Mass with a folded sheet of paper in his hand. I have received a letter, he said, voice carrying clearly in the stone-cold air of the church. From a colleague in the north. People leaned forward. Any news from beyond our immediate circle had become a kind of entertainment, as much as information. He writes. The priest went on, glancing down through his spectacles. We have heard of your beast, and of the rejoicing at its end. I pray that your people may now know peace. There was a murmur of approval at that. A few heads bowed. I hesitate to trouble you with matters from our region, he continued. But in recent months there have been incidents along the forests near our town. Livestock found torn, then a child, then a woman walking alone. The wounds described by those who have seen them resemble those in the reports from your province. I have urged our local authorities to issue warnings, but they are reluctant to speak of beasts so soon after the panic in your south. They fear headlines. They fear unrest. They prefer to attribute these deaths to ordinary wolves. The murmur changed shape. I felt the shift in the air more than heard it, shoulders stiffening, backs straightening. The priest swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing. I write to you in confidence, he read on, because I believe you understand what it is to live under something that cannot be easily named. Whether what we face is a copy of your beast, a relative, or merely the echo of our own fears, I cannot say. I ask only for your prayers, and perhaps for any guidance you might offer. He lowered the page and looked out over us. For a moment, no one moved. The only sound was the faint drip of water from the eaves, melting snow finding its way down stone. Then people started talking at once. A copy, another one. Maybe he exaggerates. It's just wolves. The priest folded the letter carefully, his hands steady. We do not know what this is. He said, it may be nothing. It may be everything. We will pray for them, as we asked them to pray for us. The official, standing in his usual place near the front, cleared his throat. We should not invite more fear, he said, a little too quickly. We have just begun to recover. Other towns have their own troubles. Ours is solved. Solved. The word reverberated in the hollow space of the church, thin and brittle, sitting there on the hard wooden bench, the scar on my stomach aching in the cold. I thought about a creature that had walked like a man and died like an animal on a table in a barn. I thought about the sound of the bog taking it. I thought about the phantom drags I still heard in the moments when my world went quiet. Maybe there had been only one beast, its life beginning and ending within the borders of our hills. Or maybe what we'd killed was only a body, a shape, a local mask worn by something that did not care about provinces or letters or how neatly stories could be told. Something that could lift its weight out of one piece of earth and set it down in another without ever really being gone. Years later, when I sat in a Boston apartment, listening to the hum of machines the size of wardrobes and the rattle of pipes in the wall, and I heard that same impossible sound under everything, I thought of that letter, of another priest, in another town, writing. It may be nothing, it may be everything, and I knew which side of that line I stood on. 6.3. From bog to palace, approximately 1,000 to 1,150 words. They didn't come for me right away. For a time after the letter was read in church, and the carcass had been cut and carted and whispered over, life folded itself back into the same narrow orbit fields. Church, hearth, fear. The talk of Paris felt as far away as the moon. I knew in some vague way that my name had gone north on paper, carried by men on horses who would forget it as soon as they handed the letters over. I didn't expect anything to come back. Then the riders arrived. It was late spring, the kind where the mud is almost dry and the air smells of thawed earth and sheep. Jean and I were mending a fence near the edge of the village, hands rough with splinters, when we heard the sound first hooves, steady and unhurried, iron on stone. Not the weary clop of a farmer's horse or the uneven trot of a merchant's nag, This was rhythm, practiced and precise. We straightened and watched as two men rode into the village on horses so clean they looked carved. Their coats were finer than anything our priest owned. Deep blue cloth with buttons that caught the light. One of them carried a satchel with a heavy-looking seal on it. They dismounted in front of the church like they expected the world to rearrange itself around them. The village did. People came out of houses, wiping hands on aprons, dust on their faces. Children were shooed back and then crept forward anyway. The men from the horses spoke with the priest and the local official, heads bent together. There were glances in my direction. My stomach tightened, scar throbbing in time with my pulse. When they finally approached me, it was with an air of polite distance, as if I might break or bite. "You are Jacques Puy?" the older one asked. His French had a different shape to it, clean, precise, without the rough edges of our hills. "Yes." "Monsieur," I said, wiping my palms on my trousers. He studied me for a moment. Whatever he saw, just a skinny boy with a puckered scar under his shirt, or the outline of the story he'd read on paper seemed to satisfy him. He nodded once, then reached into his satchel and drew out a folded parchment bearing the royal seal. "His Majesty Louis XV has heard of your courage," he said, the word carefully chosen. "He wishes to see you, to hear from your own mouth the tale of the beast, and to offer his thanks around us." The village exhaled as one. My mother made a small, strangled sound. My father's hand tightened on my shoulder until it almost hurt. Someone whispered, "The king," like it was another word for God. I didn't know what to say. You don't rehearse for the moment when a king sends for you. I just nodded, the world tilting a little. Within a week, I was on the road north with the two riders. I had never been more than a few valleys away from Gévaudan. The journey felt like slipping off the edge of the map. The land flattened, the houses got bigger, then closer together. The roads changed from rutted dirt to something smoother, harder, echoing under the horses' hooves. We passed through towns where people wore colors I'd only seen in altar cloths, where the air smelled less of animals and more of smoke and cooking and something floral I couldn't name. Paris hit me like a blow. The noise came first. Carts rattling over stones, vendors shouting, children laughing in accents that twisted familiar words into unfamiliar shapes. The smell was a thick stew of things I couldn't separate: bread and sewage and sweat and perfume and smoke. The buildings rose higher than any church tower back home, shouldering the sky aside. Streets twisted and opened, closed and widened, each turn revealing more stone, more people, more life. And then Versailles. If Paris was another country, Versailles was another world. The palace didn't look real at first. All straight lines and impossible symmetry, stretching out under the pale sky like something a child might draw if you told them to imagine where kings lived. The gates alone seemed too big, ironwork curling and looping in patterns that had nothing to do with function and everything to do with saying, "We can afford this." When we walked through them, the sound changed. Outside, there had been clatter and shout. Inside, the noise was managed. Footsteps on stone, quick and soft. The occasional clink of metal from a distant guard. Voices lowered to a murmur. The echo of our own boots as we crossed courtyards made me feel exposed, like every misstep would carry to the king's ears. A servant led us into the palace proper. I'd never seen ceilings like that so high. You could stack our cottages on top of each other and still have room. every inch painted with scenes I only half recognized from church angels and battles and figures draped in cloth that looked softer than anything I'd ever touched. Chandeliers hung from chains thick as my wrist, each one a forest of candles. Their flames flickered and reflected in hundreds of tiny glass pieces, throwing little bursts of light across gilded moldings. The floors were stone, polished so smooth my boots slipped a little. Every step made a small, clear sound. My ears, used to dirt and straw, couldn't stop listening to it. The smell was nothing like home. No bog, no sheep, no smoke from damp firewood. It was beeswax and perfume, expensive wines, meat roasted somewhere far away. There was a sweetness in it that sat strangely on my tongue, too clean, as if someone had tried to wash away anything ugly. We waited in a long hall where courtiers moved like schools of brightly colored fish. Their clothes rustled when they walked, silk and satin whispering around legs and arms. Jewels caught the candlelight and threw it back in small, sharp flashes. They talked behind fans and sleeves, words rising and falling in a murmur that never quite became conversation in my ears, just a sound like water over stones. Every so often, one of them would glance at me, the peasant boy from the provinces in his best, still plain clothes, then look away, curiosity satisfied. When they finally led me into the room where the king waited, my hands were sweating inside my sleeves. It was smaller than I expected. That room, not a great hall, but a chamber with high windows and heavy curtains, their fabric thick and patterned. A large carpet softened the echo of footsteps. In the middle of it all, on an armchair that might as well have been a throne for all the space it commanded, sat Louis XV. He didn't look like the saints on the church walls. He looked like a man who had eaten well his entire life, who wore rings without thinking about the weight of them. His wig was immaculate, his coat a deep, rich color I was half afraid to look at directly. His eyes, when they fell on me, were sharp. "Come closer," he said. My knees wanted to lock. I forced them to move. At some point, someone had told me what to do with my body, in this moment, how to bow, how to keep my eyes at the right level, but the instructions blurred in the presence of the real thing. I did my best, feeling every rough seam in my clothes. "This is the boy," he asked one of his men, looking at me as if I were a particularly interesting painting. "Yes, Your Majesty." "Jacques Puy, the one from Gévaudan, the little hero who fought the beast," another voice added, a hint of theater in the words. The king's gaze rested on me a moment longer. Then he nodded slightly. "Tell me," he said, "in your own words, what happened on that hill?" The room was quiet in a way I'd never experienced. Behind me, I could hear the faint rustle of silk as courtiers shifted, the soft crackle of candles, the distant creak of a door. Every sound was magnified by the high ceiling and the expectation pressing in on me. So I told him. I spoke of the morning, the sheep, the way the forest swallowed sound. I described the pasture, the hill, the bog. I talked about Jean disappearing from behind me, the smell that rolled over us, the sight of that impossible shape on the slope. I said wolf when their faces told me they needed that word, but I let others slip through too upright. Hands, eyes that looked back. When I spoke of the bog, of the careful way we'd driven it there, I could hear the collective intake of breath. When I mentioned the pain in my stomach, my hand moved unconsciously to the place where the scar still tugged. The silk in the room rustled again as people shifted, as if they could feel phantom claws across their own skin. The king listened. He did not interrupt. His fingers moved occasionally on the arm of his chair, tapping out some private rhythm. Once, when I described the sound the mud made when it swallowed the beast's legs, his mouth tightened just a fraction, as if the image pressed on something he preferred not to think about. When I finished, the room held the silence for a second longer, then let it go in a soft exhale of whispers. "Brave," someone murmured behind me. "Foolhardy," another voice said, but not unkindly. The king raised a hand, and the murmuring died. "You did what grown men failed to do," he said simply. "You stood when others ran. France thanks you for that. I didn't know what you were supposed to say when a king thanked you. Your welcome felt wrong. It was nothing was a lie. I bowed my head instead, hoping that was enough." He made a small gesture to the man at his right. "See that his education is provided for," he said. "We can't have courage like that rotting on a hillside. Just like that." My life bent. One week I was a shepherd boy in a village where the biggest building was the church. A few months later, I was climbing the stone steps of a school in the north, books under my arm. The king's promise turned into ink on a ledger, tuition paid, room assigned, name entered. The first night in the dormitory, I lay in a narrow bed that was softer than the straw I'd grown up on, listening. It was a different world of sounds. Voices floated down the corridor. Young men arguing about philosophy and politics and whether the bread had been fresh that morning. Someone laughed too loudly. The sound bouncing off stone and wood, pens scratched on paper in the next room, the steady rhythm of ink being drawn into words. A bell clanged somewhere distant, marking the hour with crisp authority. I should have felt safe. The walls were thick. The doors had locks. There were no sheep to draw wolves, no lonely hills, no dark stretches of forest, a few steps from your front door. If anything dangerous prowled here, it wore a human face and talked about ideas. But once the bell stopped, once the corridor quieted, once the last chair scraped and the last page turned and the last whisper faded, the gap opened. A thin slice of nothing between the end of one sound and the beginning of the next. I lay there, staring at the ceiling I could barely see, and in that fragile pause I heard it again, the slow, implacable drag of something too heavy to belong above ground, moving somewhere deep under the floor of the world, the bog, miles and years away, making itself heard under stone and parchment and candlelight. I walked out of Gévaudan and into libraries and lecture halls, but the beast walked with me, hidden. Every time the world went quiet. 1. A long life of listening. If you live long enough, the world changes sound before it changes anything else. I grew up with bells and hooves and the low, constant hush of the wind in old trees. I thought that was all there would ever be. Then the king pulled me out of Gévaudan and into rooms where paper rustled and quills scratched and men argued in Latin. It should have felt like another life. In some ways, it did. In other ways, it was all the same. I still listened for gaps. I studied theology because it was what a boy like me could do with a patron and a story attached to his name. I learned to read properly, not just the fragments my uncle had let me copy, but thick books with tiny letters and margins full of other men's thoughts. I spent hours in libraries, the air dry with dust and ink, the the sound of turning pages building a soft, steady tide around me. I liked the weight of those rooms, the hush that wasn't quite silence, that low murmur of other minds working nearby. Pens scratched, chairs creaked, someone coughed politely. A log shifted in a grate. You could pretend the world outside didn't exist for a little while, as long as nothing fully stopped. It was only when everything lined up wrong, when the fire settled, and the coughing paused, and the chairs stilled, that I'd feel that old, familiar prickle along my scar. The quiet would thin out and stretch, and under it, just faintly, I'd hear the drag of something heavy through mud. The beast was gone, they told me, cut open, weighed, measured, written about. But it lived in the spaces between sounds of every new life I tried to build. Years rolled over me like that, measuring time in new noises. I heard the clatter of carriage wheels on better-built roads, the snap of whips, the clop of horses pulling not carts of hay, but shining vehicles with curtains in the windows. I heard the first steam engines, far off at first, a low, churning roar that sounded like the earth itself clearing its throat. Later, closer, whistles shrieked over small towns, iron on iron screaming as trains slowed and stopped. People marveled at those sounds. They called them progress. I did too, most days. But I also learned that a steam whistle, once it stops, leaves a surprising hole behind it. The air feels too big for a moment. If you've ever stood on a platform after a train pulls away and felt suddenly alone, you understand. I listened to revolutions and restorations, to crowds chanting in streets, to the crack of gunfire too close to church walls. I heard the snap of newspapers unfolding as I sat in cafes. Older now, my hands more veined, my hair thinner. I read about disappearances in forests I'd never see, about attacks ascribed to wolves or madmen, or things no one wanted to name carefully in print. Sometimes the details were wrong for ordinary horrors. A body left mostly uneaten, clothes shredded in ways that didn't match tooth or blade. Witnesses who swore the thing had stood like a man and howled like something else. Officials who rushed to close the story, to blame whatever fit neatly. Those little articles hummed in my bones the way certain notes do in a bad song. I'd fold the paper carefully, leaving the ink on my fingertips, and tell myself it was far away. Then, that night, in a room lit by a single candle, I'd listened too hard to the quiet between the tick of the clock and the crackle of the wick. When America began to call men like me across the water, I went. I'd like to tell you it was because of some high ideal, some sense of mission. The truth is simpler. Europe felt crowded with ghosts and disappointments. Food was never sure. Politics shifted like wet soil under boots. And there was always talk of new worlds, where a man could start over with only his hands and his wits and whatever story he brought with him. So I crossed on a ship whose timbers moaned at night. The Atlantic is a loud thing, waves slamming into hull, wind shrieking in rigging, men shouting above both. I spent most nights in a narrow bunk, listening to snores and groans and the occasional whispered prayer in languages I didn't recognize. Once, in the middle of that endless water, we hit a calm. No wind. No waves worth mentioning. The sails sagged. The crew moved in low voices, restless with work denied. The sea slapped gently at the boards, barely a patter. The ship settled into a stillness so complete I felt my heart banging against it, in that bubble of quiet on a flat ocean. I heard the bog as clearly as if I were still 12. When I finally stepped onto American soil, the first thing I noticed was the different rhythm of the streets. Boston then was not the Boston you know now, but it was already a place of noise, wagons rattling over cobblestones, hawkers shouting, church bells competing for attention. The harbor full of creaks and shouts and gulls. I slipped into it as best I could. I was older than most men who arrived to start over. I taught where I could, translated when someone needed an extra pair of eyes on a text, did a little of everything. I watched the city grow around me, layers of sound stacking on top of each other. Horse-drawn carriages gave way to the shriek and clank of streetcars. Steamships in the harbor announced themselves with deeper horns. Early automobiles coughed and rattled their way down streets that had once known only hooves. Every new engine brought with it a new kind of comfort for me. More noise meant fewer clean silences. Radios crackled into homes, filling evenings with music and voices from miles away. Fans whirred lazily on hot days, their blades chopping the air into steady thumps. Later, televisions glowed in darkened rooms, their canned laughter and applause leaking through apartment walls. I married, briefly. I lost more people than I care to count. I taught young men about faith and doubt and history, watching their faces change as the world shifted around them. I lived long enough for clerks at the corner store to start calling me sir with that tone reserved for the very old. Through all of it, I never allowed silence if I could help it. In each place I lived, I made sure there was some small machine to keep the air moving with sound, a ticking clock, a cheap radio, a fan humming in the corner even in winter. Later, in the apartment I have now, a television murmuring to itself, a computer with its faint electric whine, the HVAC unit in the wall growling on and off like a tamed beast. To the people who know me only as the strange old man on the 5th floor, I'm just another Boston grandfather. They see me in the mornings, wrapped in a heavy coat, shuffling carefully down icy steps, muttering curses at the snow under my breath. I push a cart down the aisles at Shaw's or Stop and Shop, squinting at labels, annoyed at how expensive coffee has gotten. I stand in line at Dunkin' with construction workers and office employees, hands wrapped around a too sweet, too hot cup that I complain about and drink anyway. I complain about the MBTA when the trains shudder and stop in the tunnel, about the way the green line screeches around certain curves like someone dragging a fork across a plate. I grumble about college kids shouting at 2 a.m, about car alarms that don't shut off, about leaf blowers that seem to run year-round. All very ordinary, all very human. But there is a point every night, and if you live in a city, you know this point, even if you don't think about it when the noise thins. The traffic on I-93 slows to a distant, intermittent hiss instead of a constant rush. The bar on the corner empties out. The neighbor upstairs finally drags their last piece of furniture into place and stops stomping. The heater completes a cycle and pauses. The TV clicks off. The computer goes to sleep. In my little apartment, at 213A, more nights than not, everything lines up wrong again. The fridge finishes its low, steady rumble and falls quiet. The HVAC unit sighs, then stills. The building around me seems to take a breath and hold it. For 1 beat, 2, and in that thin, perfect slice between the last click of cooling metal and the distant whoosh of a passing car, I'm no longer an old man in Boston with a grocery loyalty card and a favorite booth at a diner. I'm 12, on a hillside in southern France, with mud under my boots and a smell in my nose I will never forget. The sound comes back exactly the same as it was, the slow, heavy pull of something that shouldn't move, trying to move anyway. The bog dragging at weight it has no business holding. The low, furious breath of a thing that walked like a man and died like an animal and, somehow, kept a piece of itself lodged in the quiet places of the world. People my age talk about hearing loss, about how the high notes go first. I've lost plenty. But that sound, the one under everything, time hasn't touched it. Every new machine we build, every new engine, every new hum we layer on top of our lives, just gives it more places to hide. That's what I've spent a long life learning. You can cross oceans. You can move from bogs to palaces to Boston sidewalks slick with slush. You can drown yourself in the comforting roar of a modern city. But the moment the world goes truly still, your life collapses into whatever was waiting for you in the last silence you can't forget. 7.2. True horror in the age of YouTube. You'd think an old man like me would hate the internet. Some days I do. It moves too fast. It lies too easily. And it keeps trying to sell me vitamins. But it has one thing I need: noise on demand. When you're scared of silence, a world that can stream other people's voices into your living room at any hour is a kind of mercy. It started with the radio, then television, then the little glowing square of a laptop on my kitchen table. I told myself I was just using it to read the news, check baseball scores, send the occasional email. That was true. It was also true that I liked the way the fan inside it whirred, the way the speakers hummed even between videos. One night, 2:13 a.m. Of course I wasn't tired, or I was, but I knew sleep would just dump me back into old mud, so I opened YouTube. You've probably done the same thing, told yourself you'd watch one short thing, and then somehow it's an hour later, and a stranger's voice has become the wallpaper of your brain. I clicked on a documentary about trains. I think the algorithm took it from there. True horror stories you shouldn't watch alone. One thumbnail said, big red letters, a blurry still of a hallway camera. Under it, millions of views. I clicked. The man telling the story had that same cadence you hear on a dozen channels now, calm, slightly amused, like the universe is a joke he's only half in on. He talked about people disappearing on lonely roads, about something banging on the outside of a cabin, about things glimpsed in the beam of a flashlight at 3 a.m. It wasn't bad. He knew how to shape a story. I let his voice fill the room while I stared out at the glow of Boston streetlights on dirty snow. Those videos became a habit. They were my white noise nurses writing in to talk about what they saw on night shift. Truckers sending in dashcam clips of things that shouldn't have been on the highway. People like you sitting in dark apartments telling the internet what they swore had happened in their kitchens, their basements, their cars. I could hear when they were lying. I could also hear when they weren't and had simply trimmed off the edges of their own fear to make it survivable. Everyone simplifies their monsters a little. It's how they sleep. Then, one night, a title slid into my recommendations and my blood went cold. Cryptid, werewolf, or thylacine, the beast of Gévaudan. It said. The thumbnail was a painting half wolf, half something else. Jaws open, eyes bright. A child's silhouette small in the corner. Under it, a number in the millions for views. My finger hovered for a second. You know that feeling when you see your hometown mentioned on national news and you brace for either pride or shame? This was like that. Magnified. My whole childhood. My survival. turned into 20-some minutes and an ad roll. I clicked. The channel's intro played drums, a logo, a rehearsed line about strange, dark, and mysterious things. Then the narrator started. He told them about France in the 1760s, about a province with harsh winters and dangerous woods. He talked about wolves and hunger and fear. He told them that something had started killing people in a way wolves shouldn't too many. Too fast, with too much left behind. He said the name La Bête du Gévaudan in that careful way Americans do when they're trying to respect a language they don't quite trust. And of course, he talked about a boy, a 12-year-old shepherd, he said, who went from being bullied in his village to becoming known across France as the little hero who fought back against the beast. He got a lot right. The dates, the rough number of dead, the way fairs were canceled, how people stayed inside. He described the hill, the bog, the way the children had driven the beast toward it, using their staffs and their fear. He even mentioned the cut across the boy's stomach and his brother's torn scalp. But sitting there in my Boston kitchen, laptop glow on my hands, I could hear all the parts where the story had been sanded down. In his version, the boy never hesitated. He didn't nearly run and fail to. His voice didn't crack when he screamed at the others to come back. His bowels didn't loosen with fear. The beast was always wolf-like, never quite walking like a man. The struggle in the bog was quick, almost clean. The voices of the dead stayed politely off stage. The narrator called it an unsolved mystery, a cryptid case. Was it a super wolf, a hyena escaped from some menagerie, a misidentified species? He tossed out possibilities like cards on a table, inviting his audience to pick their favorite. He never once mentioned the sound the bog made. He couldn't. Of course. You can't Google that. You can't find it in autopsy reports or parish records or the letters officials wrote to each other while they tried to decide how scared people were allowed to be. That sound only lives in the people who were close enough to hear it and lived long enough to carry it. By the time the video ended with a neatly worded outro, a reminder to like and subscribe, a list of sponsors, I was gripping my coffee mug so hard my fingers hurt. The chat flew by beside the video, people typing, "This is crazy." Little wolf emojis, jokes about moving to cities, so things like that can't get them. A few comments took it very seriously, talking about curses and demons and how the government always hides the truth. I closed the laptop. It wasn't anger I felt. Not exactly. It was dislocation. The way you feel when you hear a song you know played too fast, in a different key. That man had told my story to millions of strangers, and they'd consumed it like any other horror video, something to fill 20 minutes of their evening before they put on another. They hadn't smelled the fur. They hadn't felt the burn of stitches pulled tight in skin that didn't want them. They hadn't spent decades designing their lives around never being in a room where the fridge, the heater, and the clock might all fall quiet at once. If you want true horror, I heard myself say to the empty kitchen, here it is. It is surprisingly easy these days to talk to people who talk to millions. The channel had a contact email in its description. Send us your true stories. It said, cheerful, like asking for recipes. I opened a new message. I stared at the blinking cursor. My hands shook a little over the keys, not from age, not entirely, but from something like stage fright. How do you introduce yourself to someone who's already told the world who they think you are? I typed a subject line, the boy from Gévaudan. Then I deleted it. Too dramatic. Too arrogant. I tried again. A long follow-up on your Beast video. Better. Understated. In the body of the email, I wrote what you're hearing now that I was old, that I had another name these days, one the DM5 and my landlord recognize, that I had crossed an ocean and watched more history than most of their listeners had patience for. That if they wanted a story that hadn't been polished for courtiers or cleaned up for textbooks, I could give them one. You say you like true horror. I typed, all right, here is one. Not the legend, the version that sticks around in bones and empty rooms. Then I did what I have done my whole life when faced with the possibility of silence. I kept looking for noise. I opened new tabs. I searched for old articles on the Beast, partly to see what their researcher had missed, partly to check dates that had started to blur in my head. The search results page bloomed with links, French archives, English summaries, speculative blogs with too much red text mixed in with them. The algorithm did what it always does, assumed I wanted more of the same. It offered me 10 unexplained hiker disappearances. Farmhouse massacre blamed on rabid dog. Something in the woods of Oregon. I clicked one. A man in a flannel shirt talked into his phone camera about his cousin, who had gone missing on a trail in a national park. They found blood and his pack, he said, but no tracks leading away. They said maybe a bear dragged him, but there were no bear prints. Nothing big enough, just marks. He showed a photo blurry, zoomed in, parallel gouges in the dirt, as if something heavy had been pulled along upright and its feet, whatever they were, barely touched the ground. Another link. A local news segment from somewhere in the Midwest. A shaken woman in front of a barn with its doors torn half off. Hay scattered like confetti. It wasn't a man, and it wasn't a regular animal. She insisted. Eyes too wide. It stood up. I saw its shoulders, like a big dog. But wrong. Like it wanted to be a person. The anchor smiled tightly, face saying crazy while his mouth said traumatized. The sheriff beside her talked about coyotes and possible pranks and ongoing investigation. Coyotes, bears, rabid dogs, misidentified, simplified. On my screen, the thumbnails lined up like headstones. Different towns, different years, different continents. The same thin details bleeding through something too big. Something on 2 legs when it should be on 4. Something that killed more than it ate and left the rest for fear to gnaw on. I sat back in my chair, the old wood creaking under me. Outside, somewhere down on the street, a car alarm yelped and then cut off mid-howl. The heater in my wall shuddered to a stop. For half a heartbeat, the building held its breath. Under it, very faintly, I heard the drag of something heavy moving where nothing should move. So yes, I wrote to a horror channel on YouTube. I did it because their version of my life was too neat. I did it because I've spent decades listening to your modern monsters get squeezed into 20-minute segments. I did it because, scrolling through disappearances in parks and farms and lonely roads in a country that thinks it's too new for old evils, I recognized the pattern. You watch these videos in your cars between night shifts, in your kitchens while the dishwasher hums, in your bedrooms with the door locked and headphones on. You tell yourself that if you ever saw something like that, you'd know what to do. Maybe you would. Maybe you wouldn't. All I know is this: I fought something the world still can't quite name. And now I live in a time when people treat horrors like mine as entertainment. If you really want to know what true horror is, it isn't just the thing in the woods. It's realizing centuries later, that the sound you heard in a French bog is starting to leak into your own headlines. 7. 3. The dragging sound. Approximately 1,050 to 1,150 words. The cursor blinks at the end of the last sentence, like it's impatient with me. My laptop is open on the tiny kitchen table, the cheap kind you assemble yourself with an Allen wrench and too much cursing. The USB mic I bought from an electronics store downtown sits in front of me, its little green light on, listening. The recording software is still running. My voice is a jagged blue worm across the screen, stretching from left to right: France, the bog, the palace, the ship, Boston. All the years flattened into sound waves. Behind the laptop, the window is a rectangle of murky color. A liquor store sign across the street throws a sick green neon glow through the blinds, cutting my reflection into horizontal stripes. Snow piles and dirty slush on the curb catch the light and bounce it up, so the whole room feels like it's underwater. The fridge behind me hums steadily, a low, throaty vibration. The HVAC unit under the window pushes out lukewarm air with a tired rattle, like a smoker's cough. The clock on the wall over the sink ticks a little faster than seems natural, always a half beat ahead of my sense of time. It's 2:13 again. I didn't plan it that way. I never do. But somehow, whenever I get to the part of the story that brushes up against the present, the digital clock on the stove always seems to be glowing those same numbers it used to show in red on the cheap alarm beside my bed when I was 12. I clear my throat. The waveform jumps. This is the part, I say, leaning toward the mic a little, where all of it connects. I stop, listening not for the beast, not yet, but for you. I know how you hear stories like this now. I continue. Through earbuds, through speakers, through a phone you're holding too close to your face. So before we finish, I want to ask you something. I imagine you because I've been told what you look like. In aggregate, 25 to 50. Most of you, American, tired. You play these videos while you stock shelves, while you clean up after the kids are in bed, while you drive a night shift on some freeway with orange barrels and too many brake lights. Where are you right now, I ask you directly. My voice sounds calmer than I feel. The green light on the mic stays steady, watching. Are you in your car? I say. In a parking garage under your building, concrete on all sides, headlights washing across pillars, the stereo turned up just enough to drown out your thoughts. Maybe you've got this video playing through the Bluetooth, and you're thinking about how far the elevator is from where you parked. The fridge hums, a little louder, as if reminding me it's still there. Or are you in your kitchen, I go on, bare feet on cold tile. Maybe you've got a sink full of dishes you're pretending don't exist, and you're leaning on the counter. Phone propped up against the salt shaker. The dishwasher's running. The fridge is cycling. The ice maker coughs every now and then. The HVAC unit wheezes, then stutters, then catches again. The little metal flap on the vent chatters like teeth. Maybe you're lying in bed, I say, with your headphones on, lights off, someone you care about asleep next to you, breathing slow. The only glow in the room is from the screen in your hand. You've got one earbud in so you can hear if the kids cry, or if the dog barks, or if something knocks on the door. I let that hang for a beat. Wherever you are, I say quietly, do me a favor. Just listen, not to me, to everything else. I sit back in my chair, eyes on the LED levels flickering on the screen. My own instructions ripple outward and fold back around me. I am asking you to do what I've spent my whole life doing without wanting to. Listen to the background, I murmur. The things you stopped noticing 3 hours ago. The air conditioner buzzing in the window, the refrigerator humming, the fan turning, the heater breathing, the elevator in your building grinding up and down, the TV in the next apartment, bleeding someone else's sitcom through the wall. The fridge behind me gives a small mechanical click, like a throat clearing. Then the compressor winds down and stops. It's so mundane I almost smile. Old habits you still jump at any change in the noise, and then you tell yourself not to be ridiculous. It's just the appliance doing what it was made to do. The HVAC unit under the window whirs a little longer, then coughs out one last gust of tepid air and shuts off with a dull thunk. The fan blades inside spin down with a faint, whirling sigh. The clock ticks on, bravely. Tick, tick, tick. Each one lands too loud. Now listen, I say to you, my voice lower, for what happens when it all stops at once, almost on cue. The clock on the wall stutters. It's not much a tiny catch in the mechanism. A little metallic hiccup, but then the second hand stalls between marks and stays there, mid-step. The ticking cuts off. For the first time all night, my apartment is truly still. Out in the hall, no one is slamming a door. Upstairs, no one is dropping a shoe. The usual distant rush of traffic on the interstate has thinned to a soft, intermittent hiss. Even the ancient pipes in the wall seem to hold their breath. There's a moment, a fraction of a second, stretched long, when the silence is almost clean. This, I say softly, even though I know the mic is picking up the emptiness as much as my words, is the part I've never learned to live with. I don't have to tell you what to listen for. If you've made it this far, if you've been paying attention, you already know what's coming. At first, there's nothing. Then, under the floor, or behind the wall, or somewhere just beyond where the building ends and the dark begins, there's a sound. It's faint. You could miss it if you wanted to. You could file it under settling foundation, or old plumbing, or some idiot dragging a piece of furniture at 3 a.m. Your brain will offer you all of those labels in a hurry. But if you don't grab one fast enough, your body will understand it before your mind does. It's a dragging, slow, heavy, wet. Not like a chair pulled across wood, too sharp and squeaky. Not like someone rolling a suitcase, too rhythmic, too neat. This is a long, reluctant slide, as if something enormous and sodden is hauling itself over a surface that doesn't want to let go. Shh. Shh. It seems to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, from under the building, from the pipes, from the base of your skull. It vibrates in the part of the ear that remembers caves and night predators and bogs that will eat you if you step wrong. The hair on my arms stands up. My scar flares with sharp, pointless pain, as if claws have raked it fresh. Across the mic, I hear it. Not the sound itself. Whatever is moving under the world never cooperates that cleanly, but the way it distorts everything else. My computer speakers hiss, a tiny burst of static like the breath of an unseen mouth too close to the mic. The waveform on the screen wobbles, picking up a low-frequency hum that wasn't there a second ago. Then something hits the wall, just once, a heavy flat thump directly behind my left shoulder, right where the plaster meets the old brick. I jump hard enough that my chair legs squeal against the linoleum. My pen, which I've been twirling between my fingers without thinking, flies out of my hand and clatters across the table, knocking into the mouse. The cursor skids across the screen, the recording software window shrinking, growing, then settling back. Jesus. I breathe. Half a prayer, half a curse. The neon light from the liquor store sign flickers, just once, washing the room in a darker green for a heartbeat before returning to its regular, sickly glow. For a moment, the shadows on the blinds look like long fingers. In my headphones, there's a soft, rising whine. The mic has picked up the thump, the chair, my sharp inhale, and beneath all of that, a low, almost subsonic rumble, the kind of sound you feel more in your chest than in your ears. I force my hand to stop shaking long enough to click back into the recording window. The timer is still running. I haven't lost any of it. The blue worm of my voice is still crawling across the screen, uninterrupted. I lean forward again, closer to the mic than before. If you were here, you'd see how pale my knuckles are on the edge of the table. You heard that, didn't you? I ask you quietly, not just here, where you are. I give you a second. Long enough to notice the way your own room sounds now. How the hum you weren't paying attention to a minute ago has stopped. How your fridge just clicked off. How the fan wound down. How the heater in your car shut itself off automatically to save power. Maybe you've already decided it's nothing. I say, old pipes, bad insulation, a neighbor on the other side of the wall dropping something heavy. You can call it that. You should call it that. It's easier. I look around my apartment, the peeling paint, the scuffed floor, the cheap cabinets. I could blame any of it. Buildings like this have entire vocabularies of strange noises. That's what I tell myself. I go on, in every country, in every decade. When it was just rafters and chimneys and wind, I said, it's the house settling. When the train started, I said, it's just the rails. Later, it's the radiator, the air ducts, the elevator, the neighbor with bad timing. The clock on the wall coughs once and lurches back into motion. Tick, tick, tick. The fridge wakes up with a grumpy buzz. The HVAC unit grinds its fan back on. Outside, a car passes, tires hissing on wet asphalt. The moment is gone. The noise is back. The world remembers how to breathe. But if you ever hear that sound, I say, and my voice is steady now, really hear it not just as background, not just as something you can dismiss, but as something that slides under everything you recognize. I let the sentence trail off. Some things are better finished in the head of the person listening. You'll know, I say instead. Why I don't sleep when the world goes quiet. I reach over and hover the cursor over the stop button. The green light on the mic looks brighter somehow. This is the part of the story you won't see on the thumbnail. I add, almost to myself, almost to you. They can draw all the wolves they want, put red circles and arrows on old paintings. But the real horror was never the teeth. I click stop. The room doesn't get any louder or quieter. The snow outside keeps falling in its own soft, soundless way. Somewhere deep in the building, a pipe knocks, trying on a new excuse. I save the file. I sit back. I listen one more time to the fridge, the heater, the traffic, all the ordinary things that keep the other sound at bay. Then, because I can't help it, I give you one last warning. Something that big, I say, into the empty kitchen, doesn't stop moving just because you stop telling its story. What makes this story unsettling is not just the beast itself, but the idea that horror doesn't end when the monster dies. It lingers in the quiet places of a person's life, reshaping who they become and how they move through the world. Jacques' journey starts as a legend we think we already know: a boy, a monster, a heroic moment on a hill in France. But inside his own telling, that legend is stripped of its safe distance. We see the fear, the humiliation, the hesitation. He isn't born a hero. He's a scared, sensitive kid who happens to choose love over terror once, in the worst moment of his life. That is a much more human form of courage than the clean, polished version history prefers. The most powerful thread through the story is sound. The beast is not only claws and teeth, it's the sound of the bog swallowing it. The dragging weight that keeps replaying under every silence. As technology advances, trains, cars, radios, TVS, HVAC, YouTube, Jacques uses noise to protect himself. He keeps the world loud so that the one sound he dreads has fewer chances to surface. That's a quietly profound metaphor for how we deal with trauma. We fill our lives with distractions. Work, media, anything, to avoid the moment when everything stops and the old fear finally has space to speak. There's also a sharp commentary on how stories are controlled. Officials reshape the beast into a large wolf because that's easier to manage. Later, the internet turns it into a 20-minute cryptid case with a clickbait thumbnail. At every stage, power, whether royal, religious, or algorithmic, prefers a version of horror that's tidy, explainable, and marketable. And yet, Jacques' lived experience stubbornly resists that simplification. His scars ache when it gets cold. His nights fracture when the appliances shut off. Reality is messier than any neat narrative. And still, there is something quietly hopeful here. Jacques does not let the beast define him as only a victim or only a symbol. He studies, travels, builds a life, finds ways to participate in the world. Even in old age, he chooses to share his truth with strangers, not to glorify the monster, but to make sure the human part of the story, fear, love, survival, the cost of silence is not erased. In that choice, there is agency and a kind of late, hard-won peace. Maybe that's the true positive message inside such a dark tale. Monsters, whether literal or metaphorical, may leave marks that never fully fade. But we still get to decide how we carry them and how we speak about them. If you were listening to this in your own quiet space, I'd like to ask you, when your world briefly goes silent, no phone, no TV, no traffic, what comes up for you? Is there an old fear, memory, or sound from your past that still echoes in those moments? And if you had the chance to tell your story, unedited and unsimplified, what part of it would you want people to finally hear?